Councilmember Wynn,
Present.
Councilmember Brissette,
Present.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Here.
Councilmember Banks,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 7 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As we are all aware, and as the public is well aware now, the COVID-19 pandemic continues to preclude us from meeting safely in our council chambers, and we will continue to operate in this virtual fashion using the public comment guidelines outlined by the Louisiana Attorney General. As a refresher to the public, here are the public comment rules that will apply today and have applied in the past. At the beginning of the meeting, the agenda for today's meeting will be read aloud in its entirety. That agenda is also online at council.nola.gov. We will recess for 30 minutes to allow residents to submit written comment for any agenda item. Anyone wishing to comment should go on council.nola.gov and fill out an online public comment card. Public comment will be limited to 1 comment per person per item. Comments should also be limited to 2 minutes when read aloud and be germane to an agenda item at hand. Public comment will close at the end of the 30-minute public comment period. No written public comment will be accepted after that point. Before voting on any agenda item, council staff will read any public comment received for that pending agenda item. Now the agenda.
The agenda for the regular meeting of the City Council for Thursday, October 15th, 2020. Page 2. All items on this agenda have been electronically received. Special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. 1. Communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council, submitting the recommended agenda items for deferral for the October 15th, 2020 regular City Council meeting due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Page 3, Item 2, communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council, Council Utility Regulatory Office, submitting the transmittal document for communications related to electric and gas utility matters to be received by the Council of the City of New Orleans. Report submitted by Entergy New Orleans, LLC, ENO. 1. Second quarter 2020 report on rough production cost equalization adjustment account activity submitted pursuant to Resolution R13162. 2. Report detailing ENO's proportionate share of Entergy's assets, operating and maintenance expenses submitted pursuant to Rule 53, Settlement Agreement and Resolution R98187. 3. 2021 Integrated Resource Plan, First Public Meeting Materials, UD 2002. 4. New Orleans Solar Station Estimated First Year Revenue Requirement submitted pursuant to R19293, UD 1806. 5. New Orleans Power Station 2020 Semi-Annual Monitoring Report for the period of January 1st to June 30th, 2020, submitted pursuant to R1978. 6. October 9 report on City Council CARES program submitted pursuant to R20-146. Comments. 1. Energy Future New Orleans Coalition reply comments to the advisor's proposed Renewable and Clean Portfolio Standards Regulations, UD 1901. And 2. ENO reply comments to the advisor's proposed Renewable and Clean Portfolio Standard Regulations, UD 1901. Page 4, 3, communication from Sharon Bourne, Musso Architects, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmark Commission's decision of denial of the application to install a new through-wall vent in existing transom for property located at 701 Chapatula Street. Suggested hearing date is set for 11/5/20. 4, communication from IRL R. Silverstein, the Silverstein Law Firm, a professional law corporation, requesting on behalf of John C. Williams to appeal the Vieux Carré Commission's decision of denial of proposal to demolish existing stoops and lower door sills by 18 inches per application and materials received 10/8/19 and 9/10/2020 for the property located at 715, 719, 717 Bourbon, suggested hearing date 11/5/20. 5, communication from Elizabeth Ballard, Department of Safety and Permits, transmitting the application documents for demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property: 1323 South Rampart Street, Council District B. Suggested hearing date set for 11/5/20. Page 5, number 6, communication from Rebecca Hurst, Sherman Strategies, and Tyler Thompson, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the partial demolition to allow for a renovation for the property located at 1531 Exposition Boulevard. Suggested hearing date set for 11/5/20. 7, communication from Eric Iglesias, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application to appeal the ARC recommendation of denial to expand the second floor gallery for property located at 1015 Melpomene Street. Suggested hearing date 11/5/20. 8, communication from Norman L. White, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Finance, City of New Orleans, transmitting the Department of Finance's review of wireless franchise agreements for Branch Communications LLC, Ordinance Calendar Number 33146, Turo Blanco LLC, Ordinance Calendar Number 33088, and Turo Blanco LLC, Ordinance Calendar Number 33089. Page 6, number 9, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans City Planning Commission, recommending approval of the appeal relative to the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District for property located at 1117 through 19 Pine Street, Design Review 12420. The hearing date is set for today, 10/15/20. 10, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, submitting a report detailing an appeal of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission's denial of an application to remove a transom and install a through-wall louvered vent for the property located at 701 Chapatoulas Street. Number 11, report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic Districts Landmark Commission, submitting a report detailing an appeal of the New Orleans Historic District Landmark Commission's denial of an application to demolish 2326 Robert Street. Page 7, number 12, calendar number 33,119 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020, to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Department of Police for the 2020 COPS hiring program to provide funding to hire and or rehire career law enforcement officers in an effort to increase their community policing capacity and crime prevention efforts, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 13, calendar number 33,120 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS is amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the Department of Police for the 2020 COPS hiring program to provide funding to hire and or rehire career law enforcement officers in an effort to increase their community policing capacity and crime prevention efforts, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received and Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 8, number 14, calendar number 33,121 by Councilmember Brossette. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a car wash in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district, an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district, and an EC enhancement corridor design overlay district on the entirety of Square 2517 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Gentilly Boulevard, St. Denis Street, Turo Street, municipal address being 2900 through 2946 Gentilly Boulevard, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 6020. Number 15, calendar number 33,123 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an HU RD2 historic urban two-family residential district to an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on Square 499, lots E or E2 and D in the 7th Municipal District, bounded by Burdette Street, Lower Line Street, Earhart Boulevard, and Fourche Street. Municipal addresses 3207 through 3211 Burdette Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 5920. Page 9, number 16, calendar number 33,133 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the City of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate foundation grant funds to the Office of Performance and Accountability to create a financial empowerment blueprint, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received and Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 17, calendar number 33,134 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate foundation grant funds to the Office of Performance and Accountability to create a financial empowerment blueprint and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. The fiscal note has been received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 10, number 18, calendar number 33,135 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for staffing for adequate fire and emergency response, SAFER grant program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received and Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 19, calendar number 33,136 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for staffing for adequate fire and emergency responses, SAFER grant program, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 11, number 20, calendar number 33,137 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, AFG, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note was received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 21, calendar number 33,138 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from the intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant, AFG, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note's been received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 12, number 22, calendar number 33,139 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,246 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant COVID-19 Supplemental, AFGS, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note received. Budget Committee recommended approval. 23, calendar number 33,140 by Councilmember Brossett by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to appropriate federal grant funds from intergovernmental transfers to the fire department for the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program, COVID-19 Supplemental, AFGS, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Fiscal note has been received. Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 13, number 24, motion number M2342B by Councilmember Brossett, submitting for council approval amendment to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board, item 1, pilot special rate of pay, meter reading incentive pay program, as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its meeting of September 21st, 2020, in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana, that the amendments to the classified pay plan are approved to be effective September 21st, 2020. Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 25, resolution number R2343 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. A resolution approving the 5th supplemental sewage service revenue bond resolution in connection with the issuance of not exceeding $64,750,000 of sewage service revenue bonds for the city of New Orleans, Louisiana, approving the form, term, security, and manner of execution thereof, and providing for other matters in connection with the foregoing. Budget Committee recommended approval. Page 14, number 26, resolution number R2344 by Councilmembers Moreno, Williams, Giarrusso, Branks, and Brossett. A resolution in order authorizing an agreement in principle to forego Entergy New Orleans LLC's 2020 formula rate plan filings and to settle litigation related to the 2018 rate case, UD 1807, Utility Committee recommended approval. Council members, we have received one communication from Clerk of Criminal Court Arthur Morell providing emergency relocations for voting precincts due to COVID-19 for the upcoming presidential election on 11/13. We need to suspend the rules to add this item to the agenda. Council members, may I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
You're muted, Madam Clerk.
Come on in, Joe.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the communication is received.
Councilmember Banks, does Councilmember Palmer know that Councilmember Moreno is in your office?
Would you stay out of our business, please? Would you do that?
I'm just helping him with his computer.
Would you go find something else to do?
Make
Thank
sure that
you.
microphone works. Check that mic.
Moreno, Councilmember Moreno, can you help him with his mic too? He needs
Yeah,
help
I
up
got
there.
it. I got it. Yeah.
Thank you all.
I'm
Thank you.
IT support.
Thank you.
Page 15 of the regular agenda, land use matters. All land use is scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. 1. Legislative grouping. 1A. Demolition request of Studio BKA LLC, requesting demolition of the property located at 1536 St. Rock Street. 1B, motion lying over, number M2339 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer has been withdrawn. Page 16, 1C, motion number M2348 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion granting the demolition in part and denying the demolition in part as follows. The rear demolition for the construction of a camelback is hereby approved, and the demolition of the front facade is denied, except that the demolition of the concrete stoop is approved. The 2 front entry doors, door trims, and transoms must be restored to the structure's original condition, working in consultation with the Historic District Landmark Commission staff on the size, placement, materials, detail, profile, and exposure. Number 2, demolition request of Gloria Homes for the property located at 3118 Second has been deferred to the meeting of 11/5. Page 17, 3, legislative grouping. 3A, HDLC appeal of Scott and Anna Dunbar, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application of demolition for property located at 465 Audubon Street. 3B, motion lying over, number M2333 by Councilmember Jeruso has been withdrawn. Page 18, 3C, motion number M2347 by Councilmember Jeruso, a motion overruling HDLC's denial of the application for total demolition of 465 Audubon Street, granting the applicant's appeal and approving the demolition subject to one proviso. 1, any and all historic materials, including but not limited to flooring, roofing, ceiling, doors, siding, paneling, trim, on interior and exterior, built-ins, and windows shall be donated to historic preservation entities or nonprofits. Number 4, legislative grouping. 4A, HDLC appeal of Justin B. Schmidt, Brazil, Saxon Wilson, LLP, attorneys at law, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of the application of demolition of a contributing 2-story single-family residential building 2 grade for property located at 1230 Webster Street. 4B, motion lying over, number M2334 by Councilmember Jeruso, a motion upholding HDLC's denial of the application for demolition of 1230 Webster Street and denying the applicant's appeal and the demolition request. Page 19, number 5, HDLC appeal of Alyssa Werner, Director of Operations, the Demodevo LLC for 2326 Robert Street has been deferred to 11/5. 6, legislative grouping. 6A, extension request of Matthew Montgomery, requesting a 1-year extension for the conditional use granting for 1501 Elysian Fields Avenue. 6B, motion number M2349 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, a motion granting the conditional use extension request originally approved by ordinance number 27,848 MCS zoning docket 6018 until September 11th, 2021. Number 10, 7, zoning docket number 6420, City Council motion number M2173 has been deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 21, number 8, legislative grouping. 8A, zoning docket number 6620, 700 St. Joseph Lane, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle service and repair facility, minor, in an MU1 intense mixed-use district and an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 653, lot 14A in the first municipal district, bounded by Dehemcourt Street, Tulane Avenue, South Lopez Street, South Salcedo Street, and Bowdoin Street. Municipal address 3125 Tulane Avenue or 3125 Dehemcourt Street and 518 South Lopez Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 13 provisos. 8B, motion number M20357 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 6620, subject to 13 recommended provisos. Page 22, number 9, legislative grouping. 9A, zoning docket number 6720, Jeremiah and Rebecca Griswold, requesting a text amendment to Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12.2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to classify tattoo parlor as a permitted use in the HU B1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to all HU B1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business Districts in the city. These districts are generally located in residential areas on corner parcels that have historically functioned as neighborhood serving commercial uses. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. 9B, motion number M20345 by Councilmember Williams. A motion approving the requested text amendment as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 6720. Page 23, number 10, legislative grouping. 10A, zoning docket number 6820, St. Anna's Episcopal Church in New Orleans, requesting a conditional use to permit a community facility and neighborhood commercial establishment in an HMR2 historic Marigny Treme Bywater residential district, an RDO2 residential diversity overlay district, and an EC enhancement corridor design overlay district on square 629, lot 3, lot 10, and lot 4 or lot 14 or an undesignated lot in the 3rd municipal district bounded by Esplanade Avenue, North Claiborne Avenue, Cadillac Street, and North Robertson Street. Municipal addresses 1511 through 1519 Esplanade Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 8 provisos. 10B, motion number M20359 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 6820, subject to the 8 recommended provisos. Page 24, number 11, a legislative grouping. 11A, zoning docket number 7020 by Zalia CNP LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle dealership, large, in a CBD4 exposition district and a CBD7 bioscience district on square 430, lots 9, 10, 11, 13A, 14A, PTM, and 17 through 28 in the 1st municipal district bounded by Poydras Street, South Claiborne Avenue, Clara Street, and Perdido Street. Municipal address 1709 through 1741 Poydras Street, 516 through 524 South Claiborne Avenue, and 515 Clara Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 5 waivers and 13 provisos. 11B, motion number M20358 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 720, subject to the recommended 5 waivers and 13 provisos. Number 12, zoning docket number 7120, Housing Authority of New Orleans, requesting for an affordable housing planned development in an HU RM1 historic urban multifamily residential district on square 264, lot 30 or lot 30 and 2 in the 4th municipal district bounded by Barone Street, Phillip Street, Jackson Avenue, and Brainard Street. Municipal address 2256 Barone, and the recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 1 exception and 11 provisos, and I didn't realize that was deferred. Apologize to 11.5. Number 25, number 13, legislative grouping. 13A, zoning docket number 7320, City Council motion number M2230, requesting a text amendment to Article 7 and Article 18 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to classify outdoor amusement facility as a permitted use in the GPD General Plan Development District and the ENORC Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District. This text amendment will impact the parcels in the General Plan Development District and the ENORC Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District, the recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. 13B, motion number M20353 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the requested text amendment as modified, approved by CPC in zoning docket 7320. Page 26, number 14, legislative grouping. 14A, zoning docket number 7420, Realty Resolution LLC in the City of New Orleans, requesting for a conditional use to permit a warehouse in HU/MU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District and an EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 1, an undesignated lot, and PT 19 to 22 and PT 1, 2, 3, and 4, formerly acquired for the Leek Avenue right-of-way in the 6th Municipal District, bounded by Chapatula Street, Leek Avenue, Arabella Street, and Joseph Street. Municipal address 5620 Chapatula Street and 225 Arabella Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 8 provisos. And 14B, motion number M2351 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion approving the conditional use request as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 7420, with the inclusion of 1 additional proviso, which shall read as follows for a total of 9 provisos. In order to alleviate parking congestion on Arabella Street, the developer shall utilize off-street parking along Chapatula Street for employee parking. Page 27, number 15, legislative grouping. 15A, zoning docket number 7520. Caricia DiMaggio and David DiMaggio, requesting a zoning change from an HURD1 Historic Urban 2-Family Residential District to an HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District on Square H, Lot 53 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Clematis Street, Elder Street, Montpelier Street, municipal address 3666 Clematis Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion number M2350 by Councilmember Brossett, a motion approving the zoning change request as recommended by CPC and zoning docket number 7520. Page 28, number 16, legislative grouping. 16A, design review number 12420 by Jason Wayland, requesting an appeal of the University Area Interim Off-Street Zoning District, which requires 1 off-street parking space per bedroom for a substantial renovation for the property located at 1117 through 1119 Pine Street to allow an existing single-family residence to add 2 bedrooms to their residence and maintain 0 off-street parking spaces. The report was received on today's consent agenda. 16B, motion number M2346 by Councilmember Jeruso, a motion approving the favorable recommendation of the City Planning Commission on design review number 12420, Adam Massey, requesting an appeal relative to the University Area Interim Off-Street Parking Zoning District for property located at 1117 through 1119 Pine Street, granting the applicant's request. Page 29, number 17, calendar number 32,930 by Councilmember Williams by request, has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 18, calendar number 32,932 by Councilmember Williams by request, has been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 11/5. Number page 30, number 19, calendar number 32,982 by Councilmembers Gisselson, Palmer, and Banks, has been deferral has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 20, calendar number 33,008 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gisselson Palmer by request. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 31, number 21, calendar number 33,009 by Councilmembers Brossett and Gisselson Palmer by request. A deferral requested for this matter to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 32, number 22, legislative grouping. 22A, calendar number 33,018 by Councilmember Williams, and an amendment to ordinance number 33,018 by Councilmember Williams. Both have been requested to be deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 33, number 23, legislative grouping. 23A, calendar number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams, and 32B, substitute amendment to ordinance number 33,020 by Councilmember Williams. A deferral has been requested for these items to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 34, number 24, calendar number 33,021 by Councilmember Williams. A deferral has been requested of this item to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 25, calendar number 33,081 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer by request. A deferral of this item has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 35, number 26, calendar number 33,088 by Councilmember Williams by request. This item has been referred to the Smart Cities Committee and requested to be deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 27, calendar number 33,089 by Councilmember Williams by request. This item has been referred to the Smart Cities Committee and a deferral has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 36, number 28, calendar number 33,113 by Councilmembers Banks and Williams. A deferral of this item has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 29, calendar number 33,118 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bed and breakfast principal in an HMR1 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District on Square 176, Lot 3A in the 2nd Municipal District bounded by Ursuline Avenue, North Robertson Street, North Billary Street, and Governor Nichols Street, municipal address 1531 Ursuline Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket 4420. Council members, we have received an amendment from Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, which provides as follows. In section 1 on page 3, after public right-of-way on line 46, and before section 2 begins on line 1, insert the following. 9. The developer shall provide to the Historic Faubourg Treme Association, HFTA, an initial executed lease agreement between the owner and on-site operator, along with any subsequent amendments or renewals thereto. The developer must also provide HFTA with any new lease agreements with the same or other on-site operators to ensure HFTA always has in its possession the current lease agreement between the owner and its on-site operator. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gisselson Palmer, Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
So we have 4 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. No, this ain't right. Where are the other council members?
I know one of them had to step out for something else. I'm going to step across the hall, Miss Laura. Oh, there you go.
Okay. All right.
There's
Who is that?
Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Banks causing trouble, Miss Laura. Again.
Say yay, Councilmember Banks.
Yay, Councilmember Banks.
we have 5 yeas, no nays, and the rules are suspended.
Page 37, number 30, calendar number 33,122 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. A deferral has been requested to the meeting of 11/5/20 for this item. Number 31, calendar number 33,124 by Councilmembers Jeruso and Banks. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 11843 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, setting the fees for the City Planning Commission applications to create a fee for residential conditional uses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. This item will be heard at 2 o'clock. Page 38, number 32, calendar number 33,125 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Article 2 of Chapter 38 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of New Orleans to revise said section relating to cemeteries owned by the city and provide that all fees, charges, and revenues received by the city for the use of any city-owned cemetery or for cemetery services rendered or related goods sold or provided by the Division of the Cemeteries or the Department of Property Management shall be deposited into a newly created cemetery repair and maintenance fund to be used solely to operate, maintain, repair, and/or improve city-owned cemeteries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Number 33, calendar number 33,126 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to ordain section 70-415-298 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to create the City Cemetery Fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, item 33 will be heard prior to item 32. Number 34, calendar number 33,128 by Council members Banks and Williams by request. This item has been deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Number 39, page 39, number 35, legislative grouping 35A, calendar number 33,131 by Council members Banks and Gisselson Palmer. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 26.3 through 26.11 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for City Council approval of demolitions of certain structures in National Register Historic Districts, along with permitting fees, application requirements, review criteria, and approval mechanisms, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. 35B, amendment to ordinance number 33,131 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer and Banks. clarifying the required application materials and submissions for requesting a demolition, and reiterating that fees for impermissible demolitions in the building code are in addition to fees contemplated in the ordinance. Page 40, number 36, calendar number 33,132 by Councilmember Brossette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to transfer funds from the Office of Community Development to the Office of Information Technology and Innovation, ITI, towards supplementing ITI's budget to account for expenses incurred in response to the cyber attack and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A fiscal note has been received and Budget Committee recommended approval. Number 37, calendar number 33,145 by Councilmembers Banks and Williams by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 114-125, 114-126, and 114-127 of and to add section 114-137 to the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the employees' retirement system of the City of New Orleans, to amend the requirements for retirement and the determination of retirement allowances, and to provide certain early and voluntary retirement benefits, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Page 41, number 38, calendar number 33,147 by Councilmember Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain. This item has been referred to the Canal Street Collapse Special Committee and is requested to be deferred to the meeting of 11/5/20. Page 39, motion number M2354 by Councilmember Brossette. A motion waiving all permit fees relative to the Nord Sea facility rental fees for events and activities that are officially sponsored and sanctioned by the New Orleans Film Society, NOFS, to host the 31st New Orleans Film Festival event with an open air cinema to take place November 5th through November 16th from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. at the Lafitte Greenway Field at St. Louis and North Durgeois and at St. Louis and North Tontai Street. Page 42, number 40, motion number M2355 by Councilmembers Jeruso, Banks, Gissison, Palmer, and Wynn. A motion maintaining the polling place relocations that were effective for the 7/11/20 and 8/15/20 elections, and they shall remain effective for the upcoming presidential election on November 3rd, 2020. Number 41, resolution number R2356 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A resolution affirmatively opting in to allow on-premises consumption of alcohol at bars in the parish of Orleans pursuant to proclamation number 117 JBE 2020 and as provided in the City of New Orleans Health Department guidelines for COVID-19 reopening phase 3. This item will be heard at 1 o'clock. Page 43, number 42, motion number M2360 by Councilmembers Banks and Williams, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number MCS 4264, amended by ordinance number 26413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans, to amend the definition of tattoo parlor and consider modifying the definition of personal service establishment to include tattoo parlor, removing tattoo parlor as a separate use if necessary, or should staff find that tattoo parlor should remain a separate use from the personal service establishments category, consider adding the use to permitted and conditional use tables in appropriate districts. Staff should also review other references to tattoo parlors in the CZO, specifically in Article 18, overlay districts, and make recommendations based on consistency. Council members, we have two motions that were received after agenda publication that are requested to be added to the agenda. The first is motion number M2352 by Councilmember Wynn, and it provides, be it moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that all permit fees relative to Nord Sea facility rental fee shall be waived for events and activities that are officially sponsored and sanctioned by Precious Seeds LLC to host their inaugural Children's Fair event, to provide free and fun family entertainment to take place November 7th from 2:30 p.m. till 6 p.m. at Joe Brown Park Gymnasium, 5601 Reed Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70127. Be it further moved that all applicable city code requirements shall be complied with, and that this waiver is contingent upon satisfactory completion of the city's application processes, along with securing all required city approvals, including compliance with the city's COVID-19 requirements. The fee waiver authorized by this section shall not include any direct cost to the city. Be it further moved that a copy of this motion shall be provided to Precious Seed LLC and to the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this motion to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
second,
Second.
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember
I'm a yay.
Jeruso.
Brosette.
Okay, Brissette is yay, okay. Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
we have 5 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended. Council members, just so you know, these two motions that are being added to, they're under suspension right now. When the time come in the meeting later, we'll have to suspend the rules one more time to add them to the agenda, and then we will vote on them. This is just allowing us to receive these two motions. Okay, Teresa.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We also have motion number M2361 by Councilmember Banks. Whereas this motion identifies emergency polling relocations for 3 polling places which are recommended for relocation by Clerk of Criminal District Court Arthur Morell, as stated in the attached report made a part hereof, now therefore, be it moved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that the following polling place relocations have been recommended by the Clerk of Criminal District Court Arthur Morell to the City Council for immediate action in preparation for the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election. The locations shown on the Change To list below are hereby established as the official polling places for the November 3rd, 2020 election for the precincts specified herein for the City of New Orleans, Parish of Orleans. Ward Precinct 207 from Xavier University Student Center at 4980 Dixon Street to the Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center at 7900 Strollett Street. Ward 1426, Xavier University Student Center, 4980 Dixon Street, changing the precinct to Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center at 7900 Strollett Street. Ward Precinct 1709, Xavier University Student Center, 4980 Dixon Street, moving that precinct to Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center, 7900 Strollett Street. Be it further moved that the Clerk of Council shall immediately forward certified copies of this motion to the Governor of the State of Louisiana, the Louisiana Secretary of State, the Clerk of Criminal District Court of the Orleans Parish, the City Attorney and Registrar of Voters for Orleans Parish for their further handling. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this motion to the agenda.
So move to suspend.
second,
Councilmember Wynn,
yay,
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 5 yeas, no nays, and the rules have been suspended.
Okay, council members, and then we have ordinances on first reading, and that is the complete agenda. It is now 11 o'clock, and so public comment will last for the next 30 minutes till 11:30.
Thank you. So Ms. Laura will stand in recess till 11:30.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Take care.
council members, we'll restart this meeting in about 2 minutes.
Council members, it's now 11:30. Public comment has closed.
Yes, I am. Councilmember Nguyen, Councilmember Brissette,
Present.
Councilmember Nguyen,
She's
Here.
here.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember
Present,
Banks.
present.
Okay, Councilmember Banks,
I am present. I don't think you heard Councilmember Williams since he did not unmute his mic. And I'm loving the fact that he is such a technical wizard that he was not wizardry enough astute to figure out how to unmute his mic. But say la vie, he's here, baby. If you don't see him, look over there. He there.
For the record, a millennial helped me unmute. I am not a wizard. You just make me look like one, King.
I am a dinosaur. I expect that and wear that proudly. Somebody has to keep your children straight, so I'm good.
This is true. This is true.
Councilmember Jeruso.
I am here.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the meeting is ready to go. We have the special orders of business. All special orders are temporarily postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Consent agenda. We have a communication from Teresa R. Beecher, Council Research Officer, New Orleans City Council. This should be marked received. On top of page 3, we have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We are on page 4, a communication from Sharon Bourne, Musso Architects, 701 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 5th. A communication from Earl R. Silverstein, the Silverstein Law Firm, a professional law corporation, 715 through 17 through 19 Bourbon. This should be marked received. The suggested hearing date is November the 5th. We have a communication from Elizabeth Ballard, the Department of Safety and Enforcement, transmitting the application documents for 1323 South Rampart Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 5th. On top of page 5, we have a communication from Rebecca Hurst, Sherman Strategies, and Tyler Thompson, 1531 Exposition Boulevard. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 5th. We have a communication from Eric Iglesias, 1015 Malpamine Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November the 5th. A communication from Norman L. White, Chief Financial Officer, Department of Finance, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On top of page 6, we have a report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans City Planning Commission, 1117 through 19 Pine Street Design Review, 12420. This should be marked received. The matter will be heard today. The report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 701 Chapatula Street. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Executive Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, 2326 Robert Street. This should be marked received. On top of page 7, we have ordinance calendar number 33,119 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 33,120 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 8, ordinance calendar number 33,121 by Councilmember Brissette, 2900 through 2946 Gentilly Boulevard, zoning docket 6020. We have ordinance calendar number 33,123 by Councilmember Banks, 3207 through 3211 Burdette Street, zoning docket 5920. On top of page 9, we have ordinance calendar number 33,133 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 33,134 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 10, ordinance calendar number 33,135 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 33,136 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 11, ordinance calendar number 33,137 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 33,138 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 12, ordinance calendar number 33,139 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Ordinance calendar number 33,140 by Councilmember Brissette by request. The fiscal note was received. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 13, motion M20-342B by Councilmember Brissette, an amendment to the classified pay plan, Sewage and Water Board. Item 1, pilot special rate of pay meter reading incentive pay program. The Budget Committee recommended approval. Resolution R20-343 by Councilmember Giarrusso by request. The Budget Committee recommended approval. On top of page 14, Resolution R20-344 by Councilmembers Moreno, Williams, Giarrusso, Banks, and Brissette. The Utility Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Hey sis, what's happening?
Councilmember Wynn?
Oh, Council, I got to read public comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry. Okay, we have a number of public comments on the consent agenda. The first one regards consent agenda item number 12 from Gloria Jackson. Hello, I was out walking with my grandbaby the other day and we ran into a young man handing out flyers in my neighborhood off Downman Road for a recall of our District D Councilman, Mr. Brossett. Now, I have never had time to come down to City Hall in person for y'all's meetings, but he told me that I could comment online at your meetings easily, so here I am, with a little help from my daughter. The young man also told me why he was doing the recall of Mr. Brossett. It is true that you all gave that man a second car to drive after his accident where he was drunk. He showed us the video of Mr. Brossett on YouTube and his phone. What is going on with our city council? You guys need to get it together. I didn't vote for Mr. Brossett last time because I don't feel he represents this part of town at all. And that young man says Mr. Brossett plans to run for an at-large city council office next. I can't see anyone voting for him for another office after this. Y'all need to get it together. Alana Moore, and this is with regards to consent agenda item 13. $4 million federal dollars should not go to the NOPD. NOPD consumed 15% of the city's 2020 budget, the largest expenditure in the entire budget that was approved by this council. Shame on you for criminalizing your constituents. Shame on you for policing us instead of providing services. Defund NOPD and find a sustainable future for the city of New Orleans. Curran Wales, also on item 13. Residents of New Orleans have spent months demanding divestment from the police and investment in community health, crisis, and mental health services. We are also facing a massive housing crisis. The city should not be allowed more funds to NOPD. That money from the DOJ should go towards actual justice like restorative justice programs and investigating crooked landlords. No money for the police. Melissa Vandiver, also on item 13. Please vote no on this amendment. It is very clear that adding police has done nothing to mitigate crime over the years. Perhaps this funding could be used towards the public defenders, expunging records, incentive programs to hire ex-cons, schools and after-school programs, mental health services, resources for the homeless, or any number of things that have actually been proven to reduce crime. Rebecca Diaz. I am urging, also for number 13, I am urging City Council to vote no on using these federal funds to bolster the already overfunded NOPD. The demand to defund the police is not to be ignored, and what New Orleanians want is actual community care and support. In a year that the city and its workers, both at state and private levels, are facing dire cutbacks and losses, The overall way to support the people you represent is not to request more money funneled into a department that fails the people it is supposed to protect and serve, even under the guise of saving the city money by having their budget supported by federal funds, is not acceptable. We can and must do better. Mayor Laser, also item 13. I am asking council members to vote no on receiving more funds for the NOPD. The city should be prioritizing housing and safety for people that live here, not for more police force. The NOPD has shown itself over and over to be harmful to people that live. More money for the same organization is unacceptable. Please do your homework and invest in actual growth. Gina Pigalore, also consent item 13. G, did anything newsworthy occur this year? Anything at all? I'm not sure if you've heard, but we're actually defunding the police. Maybe you are out of town and missed the memo. Why would we give an already bloated police budget another $4 million? What kind of healing and justice and sustainability do we imagine another $4 million in the hands of the very good who are in charge of putting people in cages? What do we expect to see? You may not give the police any more money. I can't believe I had to wake up today to send in this comment. Do your jobs. Renee Leach. This is also item 13. Hello, I am urging the City Council to vote no on Amendment Calendar 33-120, 2020 Cops Hiring Program. I am troubled by the Council's willingness to expand the New Orleans Police, even as the people of this city have taken part in the national demand for diverting resources away from the police and investing them in services that improve people's lives and thus reduce crime. Some council members suggested that accepting this money would alleviate the city's duty to provide the budgeted $200 million to the NOPD. This leaves me to wonder why the City Council still feels the need to have a $200 million budget if it is so hard to maintain and the residents of New Orleans are publicly demanding that the housing and mental health crises be holistically addressed. These are two issues that are often interwoven, and those that are burdened by houselessness and mental illness are more likely to be forgotten in a system that gives resources they need. This federal grant is not free money waiting to be taken. The city will also have to find $5 million to match these funds for every year. These are more resources that could be better spent helping the community, especially as we are experiencing record unemployment and heightened food insecurity. I would like to instead see this energy applied to distributing federal money towards housing, such as the reported $5.6 million available, of which only 2% has been distributed. I think I am most troubled by how the benefits to the greater community seem to be under-addressed. The community policing aspect of this grant does not entail additional police training. Maggie Peterson listed a perk of accepting this grant as, quote, maintaining our level of force, end quote, and having, quote, more bang for the buck, end quote, as far as officers funding. I don't see any accomplishment in having a large police force that is financed at a bargain price when the murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor have shown us that more police do not equal more safety. This grant does not feel like a win, while most of us have eviction, food insecurity, unemployment, systemic racism, healthcare bills, and a pandemic at the forefront of our minds. We want grants that address these problems, not that maintain an arbitrary quota of officers. Also on item 13, from Daiquiri Jones. More cops do not equal more safety. We need to focus on finding funding for housing. Already we are over-investing on jailing and imprisoning our own constituents than on providing them housing. The research is on the side of providing the right resources, and when people are at their most desperate, it sends a, I do not know that word, message to be putting energy into continuing funding for police far more than we see an adequate response to jailing. Is jailing your housing solution? Martha Safety, also comment 13. The hypocrisy is disturbing. As you furlough city employees, slash our library budget, and deny citizen rents and food assistance on a meaningful level, you also want to commit more money to the police. More police don't keep us safe, nor will more people in jail. Fund our schools and our tenants, half of whom face eviction in a pandemic. Fund our underemployed workers who generate the city's income through our labor. Broen Walls, also on consent item 13. Dear New Orleans City Council, my name is Broen Walls, and I am commenting on behalf of myself and my husband, Theo Lloyd Hughes. As a concerned resident, I have done my research at the 2020 COPS hiring program, and it is my strong belief that allocating the proposed federal funds will have long-term negative effect on New Orleanians. The city is already allocating $200 million to the NOPD, while many New Orleanians are struggling to stay housed due to unlivable wages, rising housing costs, and a crippled hospitality and service industry. Even if the proposed grant will allow the city to reallocate some funds towards other areas of the budget, the city will still have to find millions of dollars to match the federal funds for the police every year. Instead of setting us up for increased policing and increased city funds going towards policing, please consider how investing in affordable housing could benefit our communities. We don't want to see New Orleanians who are struggling in jails and prisons. We want to see them safe and secure in homes. Please recognize that incarcerating individuals who are struggling to survive is an inhumane solution, which we have the resources to provide housing, health, and job support. Thank you. Kendall Gardner, also on consent item 13. More funding is the last thing NOPD needs. Please, City of New Orleans, listen to the people. There has been mass uprising against police brutality throughout the country with calls to defund and abolish the police. Please hear us and do not invest more money into policing the streets of New Orleans when we could use these funds to care for our people during this pandemic and beyond. MJ Hicks, also on consent item 13. Appropriating federal funds to further cushion NOPD's budget in the midst of a global pandemic, widespread economic decline, and an acute housing crisis to the tune of nearly $4 million? Not what we need. This is an irresponsible pursuit on the part of the City Council that will ultimately lead to more crime, houselessness, and general instability in our city. Stable housing is the cornerstone of public safety, not a richer police department. Hiring more police in times like this is a recipe for disaster in New Orleans, and the mantle of that mistake will inevitably fall on your shoulders, City Council members. If public safety is truly your top priority, then you'd be actively seeking out funding to provide safe, affordable housing for all of the people in New Orleans. Find the funding to keep families in their homes, not put more cops on their block. Joseph Paspet, also consent 13. Defund the police. Cops get too much of our tax dollars. $200 million each year, 63% of our city budget. As it is, the city needs to erode economic insecurity and raise its citizens out of poverty. That is how New Orleans will become more safe. Cops do nothing to prevent crime and have no interest in our safety or well-being. Tucker Barker, also number 13. Put every dollar of this money towards protecting affordable housing for New Orleanians. We do not need more cops, not another dollar towards the police state. Peter Gustafson. NOPD has proven itself to be an institution that does not serve the people of New Orleans. Flip the budget, affordable housing, roads, water management, education, healthcare. No more funding for NOPD. M.E. Riley, also on 13. Please do not use federal funds to bolster NOPD's budget. City Council must actively seek funding to keep people housed and provide affordable, safe housing for everyone. This is an immediate need, and this need continues to intensify as the pandemic rages and cases increase. As of October 1st, 1 in 3 people are unable to pay their bills due to a major lack of federal stimulus support. In addition to this prolonged suffering, it is crucial for New Orleans City Council to understand that more cops and more dollars for police departments does not equate to public safety and public health. Housing during a pandemic is public safety. Community meal programs and access to healthcare is public health. Please support the people of New Orleans in this dire hour. We are hurting from hunger, from illness, from grief over lost loved ones, from chronic unemployment, from isolation. Please help us stay in our homes. Please help our neighbors find safer homes. The struggle continues. Your council has the power to lift us out of the housing crisis that continues to plague our city and country. Maggie Zamboya, also consent 13. With regards to how this amendment was discussed during the committee voted unanimously before they even read the public comments. While the comments were being read, Councilmember Brossette got up and walked out of the room. Once the comments were all read, all in opposition to this amendment, the committee voted to pass this into the full council. Your collective dismissal of the concerns raised by your constituents and how so-called, quote, community policing negatively impacts them is not only disrespectful, it demonstrates a refusal to actually be accountable to the very people who voted you in. I hope you take the comment today seriously. Unlike last week, New Orleans does not need more money for an overinflated police budget. We need affordable housing. We need our elected representatives to be actively seeking out federal grants for affordable housing. We need you to cancel rent and mortgages. We need an eviction moratorium. We need you to show that you care to put people over profit. We need you to show that you will do everything in your power to uplift and care for New Orleanians during a global pandemic and economic collapse, not further criminalize and police us. Wellesley Ware, also on 13. I'm a member of District D. My Councilmember Brosset does not speak for me and his introduction of Calendar 33-120. I am urging council members to vote no to reallocate money to the New Orleans Police Department to hire more officers. If passed, the city will have to find millions of dollars to match these federal funds every year for policing, while its residents are asked instead for a commitment to funding real community safety, like housing and public health care. Annie Buck. New Orleans City Council should say no to using federal funds to bolster NOPD's budget, but instead actively seek funding to help people housed and provide affordable, safe housing for everyone who seeks it. James Renard, also on item 13. I am shocked the council would even consider adding a single penny more to NOPD's budget when there has been a clear, consistent demand from your constituents to defund the police. This money would be far better invested in our schools, jobs, roads, really anywhere. Please understand that police don't need more money, they need less. I strongly urge all council members to vote in opposition to additional funding for the police. Jocelyn Duncan, also item 13. More funding for the police will not make our community safer. Sarah Danziger, vote no on calendar number 33-120. No increase in funding for the NOPD. Giving the NOPD more money is not going to make the city more safe for residents. In fact, the exact opposite will happen. We need funding to help people support themselves and their families and to be able to stay in their homes during the pandemic. Evictions, job loss, lack of health care, these are where we need to be putting funds. More money for police makes no sense, and the people of New Orleans must be heard. Defund the police. Camille Hardin. This $4 million, also number 13, this $4 million grant is a drop in the bucket of the $200 million NOPD budget. Council members last week suggested that this grant would relieve the city of some of the financial burden of the NOPD budget. Is this an attempt by City Council to obfuscate the very fact that you all passed that budget? You created the very burden you claim you want to relieve yourselves from. If more spending for police and ultimately jails and prison actually created safety, then New Orleans would be the safest city in the world, as we incarcerate at a higher rate than anywhere else. But it's not a safe city. Policing and imprisoning people is not working. Why not listen to your residents when we tell you what we need? Housing, living wage, jobs, healthcare, quality education. These things keep everyone safe. We keep trying to tell you this and you continue to not listen. Charlotte Dillon, City Council. I am so disappointed to see this ordinance again on your list of priorities. We know that funding for police does not prevent crime or create community safety. We want equitable, safe, and affordable housing, healthcare, mental illness services, quality education for all of our children, and living wages. These are the things that create safe communities. More funding for the police does not get us there. As the NOPD prepares for budget cuts, I sincerely hope that they do not use federal money to bolster the already overfunded department. Maggie Mahoney, also on 13. I urge you to vote no on this amendment as a resident and active constituent. The expansion of millions in funds, especially for the hiring of police officers, cannot in any way be seen as a valid means to increase trust or improve the relationship between the police and the community. The community knows this is a false narrative, as do you. Additionally, the passage of this would not just be a single failure, but one that will reoccur year after year, as we need to find city funds to match it. We need money for housing, for mental and physical health, for food and other services. A yes vote is a vote against the people, and we are listening. Yazin Frank Southall, number 13 also. I'm totally opposed to the idea of increasing our police budget while thousands of New Orleanians are at risk of eviction. This is a bad idea, Councilmember Brossett. No money from our city budget or from the Fed should be used for more policing when we can barely take care of our houseless residents. I do not support this agenda item. Fund for food pantries, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, not more money for the police force that already has a huge amount of my tax dollars going to them. Conway LeBlue, also for 13. Increasing funding for NOPD is the opposite of what the people of New Orleans and across this country have been fighting for. There are houseless people that need shelter. There are people who cannot afford medical attention with severe illnesses. Put our money into proactive measures such as healthcare and housing that will actually lower what our society has deemed as crime. Funding the police will not decrease crime. It'll only increase criminalization. Noah Tapper, also number 13. I do not support increased funding for police officers. If you are going to use this grant to bring in other responders like counselors, social workers, or nurses, I would support it. Lucy Bloomberg, also for 13. Defund the police. We do not need more cops. We need investments in affordable housing and job opportunities. We need rent relief during this pandemic. We do not need more money for police. Catherine Tinsley, also for 13. I would once again like to make it very clear that the people of New Orleans will not stand for increased funding for the NOPD. The thoughtless pouring of money into the police budget is irresponsible and ineffective. The public have made their position very clear about this. Why anyone would listen to Jared Brossett, a man who made it very clear that he does not care about public safety when he drove a car drunkenly through our streets, injuring a citizen, instead of the resounding voice of the people of New Orleans on this matter, is simply beyond me. Haley Jacobson, also for 13. As a New Orleans resident concerned about public safety and well-being, I'm strongly opposed to this measure, which would funnel more money to NOPD when what we need is care, not cops. This amendment is a distraction from the things our city needs most right now: affordable housing, healthcare, childcare, quality, and equitable education and living wages. Expanding the police budget would make it clear that the city is more concerned with criminalizing and punishing New Orleans residents than it is with supporting and uplifting us. Please vote no on calendar number 33,120. Nix Silvers, also for 13. Hello, I am writing to you as a concerned resident, citizen, and teacher. I plead that you reconsider allocating federal funds to NOPD, especially now in this time of crisis. There are so many better ways to spend that money to support the constituents who you have sworn to represent. More cops and more police funding does not mean more safety. Invest in growing and nurturing your community, not criminalizing and policing it. Get cops out of schools and support the children's learning instead. I see firsthand the needlessness and strain happening in working class families right now. Please allocate this money towards housing resources. Anthony Dolby. Hello, I submitted formal requests online to the City Council for documents, but maybe you all could just tell me. How much money does the city put aside to pay for the indiscretions of its council members who get into drunken accidents in city-owned SUVs and nearly kill New Orleans residents on their way home from work? Or if there is no rainy day slush fund for covering acts of council idiocy, then how much can the citizens of New Orleans expect the insurance we pay for to cover the council to be increased due to Mr. Brossett's at-fault drunken accident in one of our vehicles? We all know how insurance works. You make a claim like we did here, and then you pay more money for your next insurance policy, which we shall. So is there any idea on what that increase will be? Has Mr. Brossett and his family made arrangements to pay the city back for all the expenses we have paid out to date surrounding his crime? And since he refuses to resign and seek help for his illness, is Jared Brossett planning to pay the city for the increase in cost we experience due to his continued presence in our city government? If not, is the city prepared to sue him personally to claw back those extra expenses that his personal negligence has and will cost us? We can't be two-faced about this. We can't go after criminals like the Hard Rock Hotel developers for money the city put out on behalf of their crimes committed during their deadly attempted construction, and not go after the once convicted and now twice accused drunk driver, Mr. Jared C. Brossett, as well, right? We are currently furloughing innocent city workers due to lack of funds, yet we have endless amounts of cars for Jared? Ridiculous. How can people in this city under your representation truly march and ask for equity for all, equality for all, when this self-titled chocolate city isn't even willing to discipline one of its own? Shame, shame, shame. Jenna Losh. This is also on 13. We do not need more cops. They do nothing for us but cause harm. We need money for housing, healthcare, food, childcare. Vote no on this amendment. Work to reduce NOPD's budget. Nora Winsor Karasek. I urge you, also on 13. I urge you to vote no on this amendment. At a time when our community needs care and support, when we are asking that the city defund NOPD, y'all are seeking to bolster the already $200 million budget of the police. This grant is not indefinite. Where will the city funds and the funds to meet the increasing match requirements and then fully fund it for a year when it runs out? What will get cut? The people of your community, now more than ever, as the effects of this pandemic take deeper root, need affordable housing, healthcare, mental health services, excellent educational opportunities for our children, and living wages. As a social worker, I am made very aware every day that these are the conditions that increase community safety, not the police. Vote no. Mary Kate Beal. Despite hundreds, perhaps thousands by now, of comments calling to defund the police and fund communities instead, Councilmember Brossett is now suggesting we further fund NOPD. But let's be clear. The city of New Orleans does not need more police officers. We need to fund our community, mental health responders, healthcare, education, addiction, and mental health services, living wages, affordable housing, accessible childcare, public transit, etc. These are the things that would make our community safer. Emma Maxwell, also on 13. Homes for people, not for profit. Eviction courts staying closed is the only way we can protect human lives. This is also preventable as long as you stop caring about money. So, Samuel Fisher, also on 13. Defund the police, a concept that will give such progress to those suffering through this year and less fear in our daily lives. Reallocating these funds to the community will uplift so many people in improving well-being. New Orleans' Black community deserves better treatment for their hard work building this city, and the city can give back to their trauma by defunding the police. The police don't protect and serve anyone but the rich and their property. The entire police system is corrupt and doesn't provide justice. They push lies to cover up their mistakes, and that is killing people. It's time for a change. Less cops and weapons, funding, to have more community resources, educational benefits, and truth. Ali Daughtry, also on 13. Councilman Brossett and other members of the City Council, I am writing to you as a resident of District D, a student of social work, and a concerned constituent. I would ask that all of you sit with all of the comments being read today. Maybe now is not a great time to get up for a break. I am writing this comment in hopes that you will listen. Do not accept federal funding to introduce millions of dollars to hire more NOPD officers. There is a long, long list of things the people of New Orleans need. I think you would be hard pressed to find a resident of District D or the majority of the city who would say that we need more police officers. Police officers and policing do not improve New Orleanians' quality of life, nor does policing improve community safety. This is a proven fact. I understand this is just the beginning of publicly introducing the budget for the city. It's a poor start to endorse the expansion of the NOPD just mere months after thousands and thousands of people took to the streets to tell you we cannot stand to be policed any longer. Please invest in services and infrastructure that directly uplift the people of New Orleans. Prioritize financial assistance for renters, not landlords, subsidized housing, storm drain repair, public transportation, community health clinics, and schools. Listen to us and what we need. And the last comment on the consent agenda, also from Anthony Dolby, it's on item 24. Hello, I have submitted plans to the city for a beautification project in my neighborhood and would like to request that one of you all reach down and help push my project through the proper channels so it can be implemented in time for the holidays this year. I was last contacted by email by Daniel McMurray, Chief Landscape Architect. I have formally requested to do a beautification project on the neutral ground, starting at the Florida Avenue Bridge and ending at the Sixtown Overpass on Elysian Fields. Our plan calls for us to plant colorful flowering bushes around the existing trees in the neutral ground that Jared missed and left standing. We are also requesting permission to paint a mural on the exterior fence of the recycling plant on Elysian Fields Avenue. I am working with a few local artists to create a mural that will be beautiful and will give warmth to all of those that drive by it daily, because that's what our city now needs, beauty and warmth. I would have contacted my District D rep on this directly, but he has a history of not answering his constituent calls, and lately his staff seems to be cherry picking out certain people's comments at meetings they run. So I figure this would be a better way of getting the council's attention on a meaningful project that needs to be done. I have sought and received support from Lowe's, Cox, Sammy's Deli, Brothers Chicken, Suds Car Wash, Sam Wing Cleaners, and more of the local businesses in the area to raise funds for the project. So what do you say, Jared? Can you use your powers to do more than just get out of jail? Let's plant some flowers in the neutral ground of Elysian Fields rather than turning it into a late night drag strip. Thank you for your time. Those are all the comments on the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a move and a second. Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams.
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays, and the consent agenda has been adopted. Council members, Gissison Palmer and Banks, are y'all ready to do this, or you want me to continue?
Mr. President, thank you, Madam Clerk. May we pause for a moment of personal privilege? And Councilmember Palmer and I have a joint presentation that I would ask if you all would indulge us to read relative to the New Orleans icon, George Rainey, who recently passed. So with your permission, it won't take long, but if you all would indulge us, that we would appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have a proclamation, the Council of the City of New Orleans. Whereas George V. Rainey was born and raised in New Orleans, he attended Booker T. Washington High School, graduated in 1949. And whereas George served in the United States Army for 6 years, after serving his country, he returned home and opened Rainey's Restaurant and Catering. Rainey's became one of the more prominent African-American restaurants in the city of New Orleans, provided services to the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, and was one of the first to serve the Essence Festival. And whereas George was embedded as a member of the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club since 1972. In 1978, he received the title of the Zulu Big Shot. During his leadership, he secured Zulu its first corporate sponsorship and more than 40 sponsors. From his successful fundraising prowess, he was Zulu's longest-seated fundraising committee chair. And whereas George served as Zulu board member from 1978 to 1993 and vice president from 1991 to 1996, he was re-elected as a board member from 1996 to 2007, and from 2004 was board member emeritus. In 1983, George led the creation of Zulu's first poster series, and in 1993, he founded the Zulu Lundi Gras Festival. And whereas when Hurricane Katrina impacted the city of New Orleans, hunger became a reality for many New Orleanians. Through a compassionate effort led by his pastor, Bishop James Nelson Brown, of Fisher Community Church, along with 82nd Airborne Division cooks, George served and fed over 1,000 people daily for 2 months, free of charge. For his community services, George was awarded and recognized by President George W. Bush and the Jefferson Award Foundation. And whereas, after a lifetime of service to the Zulu Social Aid and Pleasure Club and the city of New Orleans, George was crowned and reigned as Zulu King 2019. And whereas George passed away on Wednesday, October the 7th, 2020, he is survived by his 3 daughters, 1 son, and 6 grandchildren. Now, therefore, at the request of Councilmember J.H. Banks and Councilmember Kristen Gisselson Palmer. Be it resolved that in the eclectic fabric that makes New Orleans the magnificent tapestry she is, George V. Rainey was a central thread. His life was spent in service, enhancing and growing the cultural, economic, political, and community service fabric of the city of New Orleans. His work as a servant leader, restaurateur, cultural icon, mentor, advisor, king of Zulu, and as mayor of Algiers made him not only a treasure, but a valuable resource for all New Orleanians. Be it further resolved that the City Council of New Orleans expresses its sympathy to the Rainey family, as well as its true gratitude and appreciation for the contributions and life of George V. Rainey, and it is signed by all 7 council members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Kristen, you want to go?
Yeah, I'd love to. Thank you. You know, there are some benefits of age, and one of those is that I'm old enough to have eaten at Rainey's restaurant many years ago before it closed. And it really was a wonderful community place to go to, and everybody looked forward to his food there, be it beans or his gumbo. And, you know, politics and the talk of the day was always that place at Rainey's. And it's a shame we've lost so many institutions over these years, and that's one of them. But a lot of people don't know that, you know, it went so far beyond that. I think, you know, I like to say that he's probably fed Algiers 3, 4, 5 times over. And not just at the restaurant, but just if anybody was having a donation, or an event, a charity event, he was always there with a tray of beans and helping the community. And even when he was getting so much older and he couldn't get around as well, you know, we would do our turkey dinners on Christmas Eve, and he would walk in and just sit there and bark orders at everybody, make sure that they were working. And he did that up until, you know, last year. And I was looking forward to him doing it again with this year. But he was just a great man, quintessentially New Orleans, and huge heart. And he will just be greatly missed.
Anyone else? Oh, Council Vice President.
Hey, thanks, Councilmember Banks. And, you know, I listened to Kristen talk about Mr. Rainey, and I too remember, you know, going by Rainey's restaurant. Actually, the first time that I met Mr. Rainey I was still a reporter, and it was after Hurricane Katrina, and he was feeding like everybody. I mean, the whole West Bank. And that's when I first had the opportunity to meet him. And since that time, and, you know, before the restaurant closed, when I'd stop in, not only was he there feeding people at Rainey's restaurant, but he also was there to give people really great guidance and advice. And I think that's another big, you know, reason why so many people just adored him. And because he really was there to be a mentor to so many people throughout our community. And obviously we saw what a great community leader he was, and of course all the work that he did with Zulu. So, you know, rest in peace, Mr. Rainey. And I send my deepest condolences to, of course, his family, his daughter, Gwen, who many of us know because she's come before the council so many times, and we're personal friends with her as well. So thank you, Councilmember Banks and Councilmember Palmer, for bringing this resolution forward.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks, King, and thank you, Councilmember Palmer, for bringing this. You know, it's a shame that COVID has us not meeting in person. I think the chambers would be packed celebrating the gentle giant that this man was. You know, and I got to meet him long before I was in politics, and he did provide a lot of guidance for a young Black male trying to make his way in New Orleans. And, you know, that sort of sage wisdom that has just more stories and more information than I probably will ever get in my life. It can't be replaced. We do have Gwen and his family to keep telling a lot of those stories. But he really was just an institution. And he will be missed. He is missed. I thank God that he had an opportunity to reign as king of an organization that meant so very much to him. Thank you for doing this, and rest in power, Mr. Rainey.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. And just to continue with Councilmember Moreno with sharing stories in reference to when I first met Mr. Rainey, we were at an event and he thought that I was Dwight Barnes' wife. And he's like, how's your husband? And I just kind of went along with him. I'm like, he's doing well. Oh, well, tell Dwight I said hi. And so I'm like, oh, okay. But just to echo the sense of just a really down-to-earth person, he makes you feel really like just full of joy. And so to the Rainey family, my deepest condolence, and to Gwen and to Oscar Jr. And the family members, please stay strong. And to the Zulu family as well. I know when I heard of the news, I text Jay that night. I didn't know what time was it, Jay, so hopefully I didn't wake you up. But I know that hearing of the passing of Mr. Rainey also impacted you. And so, of course, my deepest condolence. And thank you, Christian and Jay, for doing this for Mr. Rainey.
Councilmember Brissett.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks and Councilmember Palmer. I too, going back to Councilmember Palmer's remarks, Mr. Rainey, extraordinary man with so much knowledge, but going over to his restaurant in Algiers, and I remember my first time and sitting down. I was a staffer at City Hall, and he ordered for me. It was basic pork chops and red beans, and just having reminisce with him. I believe at the Big Shot Ball that was in 2019, and we had that discussion, and he just was always interested in the work of the city, and he, like was said earlier, supplied many people, nurtured them with food, in good spirit. In our OPDEC meetings, the food was always the best thing, besides the discussion and the endorsements and the debates. So he is definitely an ambassador, not only King of Zulu and the King of Culture for our city of New Orleans, but he made us all proud, and we know he's shining down on us, and God bless the family. Condolences to them, and forever live King George Rainey. Thank you very much.
Wingman, Councilman Giarrusso.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. Sort of to springboard on what Council President said, there are lots of times when we're in chambers, you know there's going to be something special, right? And so whether it's cancer awareness, whether it's Military Day, but one of the things I've always looked the most forward to is when Zulu comes. And you have the presentation, not only of the court and finding out that you're not the king until you're the king, right? Councilmember Banks, that was something I had to learn. That we got to see from our vantage point, Mr. Rainey not only come to chambers, but also rule as king shortly before he passed away. And I can't think of, for somebody who's been so engaged in this community, as somebody who's been so incredibly involved, whether it's serving food or giving guidance or putting your arm around somebody's shoulder when they needed it, the opportunity that it must be to reign on such a great day and here in the city of New Orleans. So I likewise want to express my deep condolences to the family, and thank you to Councilmember Banks, my wingman, and Councilmember Palmer for bringing this today.
Thank you all. We are going to, Kristen is actually going to present that. We'll both be on the program on Saturday. George will be lying in state at Galliard Hall tomorrow from 3 to 7, and the funeral will be on Saturday morning over at his church on LB Landry. And New Orleans has lost a giant, and it seems like in recent times we keep losing giants. And it is my hope that we will be replenishing them, because these folks that made New Orleans what it is today, we all stand on their shoulders, and hopefully we can all live up to the legacies that they've left. And George is one special giant that will truly be missed. So thank you all for indulging us. And with that, Council President, we can proceed with the agenda.
Thank you so much, King. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, you're gonna have to speak up a little louder. I still can't hear you.
Okay,
Okay, I got you.
we're on page 15, the regular agenda. And before I read what's on page 15, council members, we're going to need to suspend the rules to add this communication to the agenda. We have a communication from Arthur A. Morrell, Clerk of Criminal District Court, submitting the following polling relocations for emergency consideration due to the COVID-19. The emergency election plan is effective for the November 3rd, 2020 presidential and congressional elections. Ward Precinct 27, from Xavier University Student Center, 4800 Dixon Street, to Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center, 7900 Strolitz Street. 1426 Xavier University Student Center, 4800 Dixon Street, Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center, 7900 Strolitz Street. Ward 17, Precinct 9, Xavier University Student Center, 4800 Dixon Street, Xavier University of Louisiana Convocation Center, 7900 Strolitz Street. We need to suspend the rules to add this communication to the agenda.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Gisselson Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jerusos.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. The communication has now been added to the agenda. We have land use matters. All land use are scheduled to commence at 11 a.m. or thereafter. All public comments on land use items are subject to City Council Rule 10.1B, whereby each land use matter is limited to a maximum public comment period of 20 minutes, with speakers being limited to 2 minutes per item. No ceding of public speaking time is permitted. We have a legislative grouping, a demolition request of Studio BKA LLC, requesting the demolition of property located at 1536 St. Roch Street. We have motion line over M2339 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer. This has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
We on page 16, we have motion M2348 by Councilmember Gisselson Palmer. A motion granting the demolition in part and denying the demolition in part as follows. The rear demolition for the construction of a Camelback is hereby approved, and the demolition of the front facade is denied, except that the demolition of the concrete stoops is approved. The 2 front entry doors, door trims, and transom must be restored to the structure's original condition, working in consultation with the Historic District Landmarks Commission staff on the size, placement, materials, details, profile, and exposure. That is the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Laura. I'm going to move to approve the demolition in part and deny in part, subject to the conditions in the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
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 Thank you, Council President. This applicant submitted this demolition application for a partial demolition of the rear to construct a Camelback and also to remove elements of the front facade. Before the city had a chance to consider the application, though, the owner proceeded to construct the camelback and remove much of the facade, deeming it unrecognizable. In this case, I appreciate that our consideration of this application was moderately delayed due to the fact that NCDAC was not reconstituted. And I understand the city's demolition review process can be lengthy. In fact, later on in this agenda, we're considering an ordinance from Councilmember Banks and myself to improve and expedite the old NCDAC process. And we'll talk about that more later. But however, it's simply not acceptable for the owner to proceed with the demolition and renovation, ignoring the necessary council and safety and permits approval and required permitting. This undermines our historic preservation goals, and it also poses building and life safety risks that permit review seeks to prevent. This applicant unfortunately did not even contact my office to assist in expediting the application. Nonetheless, in this case, I will take into account the city's administrative delays, along with my normal review, of the structure itself and the neighborhood context. I did go by this house and looked at it to see exactly what was going on and how it was progressing. Before we learned that the applicant had proceeded with an illegal demolition, I was inclined to approve the partial demolition of the rear camelback and deny changes to the front facade. For that reason, I'm moving to approve the rear camelback, and I am denying demolition of the front facade except for the concrete stoops. Rather than requiring the owner to fully restore the front facade, however, I am only requiring that the owner restore the two front entry doors, trims, and transoms, working in consultation with HDLC staff. I feel that this is a generous compromise that preserves the historic integrity of the front facade while also paying note to the fact that the city should have moved a little bit more expeditiously on this. Are there any public comments?
No, council member.
No. Okay, great. So let's go ahead for a full vote, please.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette, Councilmember
Yay,
Williams.
yay.
Okay, Councilmember Brissette. Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M-2348 has been adopted. At
Thank
the
you.
bottom of the page, the demolition request of Gloria Homes has been deferred to November the 5th. On top of page 17, we have the HDLC appeal of Scott and Anna Dunbar, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's HDLC decision of denial of the application of demolition for property located at 465 Audubon Street. We have motion line over M-2333 by Councilmember Jeruso. This motion has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
We're now on top of page 18. We have motion M-2347 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion overruling HDLC's denial of the application for total demolition of 465 Audubon Street, granting the applicant's appeal and approving the demolition subject to one proviso. Any and all historic materials, including but not limited to flooring, roofing, ceilings, doors, sidings, paneling, trim, or on interior and exterior built-ins and windows shall be donated to the historic preservation entities or nonprofits.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Burke, I see you're on the phone. You gave a complete exegesis last time. Is there any additional information that we need right now? Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure if there's anything new that we added in. I appreciate that. Members, I think you will remember this from last meeting. The current owners applied for full demolition in 2019, but instead compromised with HDLC to demolish the later additions and move the house to another part of the lot. The home was moved before safety and permits granted a permit to relocate the house. The move damaged this home extensively. We understand how the permitting process can be confusing. This approval should in no way show that full demolition can be achieved through backdoor processes or playing games. all applicants and their contractors should obtain the proper permits before even considering moving, demolishing, or renovating these historic homes. Now, last time there were two questions that we weren't able to resolve in the meeting. One was, could we do more to preserve some of the materials? And thanks to Councilmember Palmer, we've included that into the motion that I'm presenting today. And then secondly, sort of what Safety and Permits has done. So what we did as a follow-up is confirmed with Safety and Permits, the contractor responsible for the move will be fined twice the relocation fee as required by the code. After multiple attempts by my office to contact Safety and Permits to get all the details, I could not get any more information other than that. I was hoping to be able to understand where it was in process, how the permits were granted, what was done, but I wasn't able to learn that. I'm granting this demolition to save the historic full-grown oak trees on the property. These trees would be damaged if the remaining structure were moved off the lot. It also has green space as a result, which I know is incredibly important to each of us. We're requiring the homeowners to donate any historic materials from the home to historic preservation nonprofits. I therefore move to overrule the HDLC and grant the appeal, subject to one proviso. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Second.
Second by Council President. Are there any public comments?
Yes, council member, there's one public comment from Scott Dunbar. Dear council members, my wife Anna and I are the property owners at 465 Audubon Street. We would like to thank the council for their consideration of this matter. We are in support of the proviso and have already spoken with our contractor. We respectfully ask for your support. Sincerely, Scott Dunbar.
Thank you, Ms. Beecher. Councilmember Palmer, I saw you came on off mute. Do you have any comments that you'd like to
Yeah,
make?
I just want to thank you, Councilmember Druso, and thank you for including that information. And I also spoke with Ms. Dunbar yesterday, and you know, lovely person, and I think that there was a lot of miscommunication, and I think that she explained to me about the contractor, and I think it's wise to go through that way in terms of finding with the contractor, and I really do believe that.
Oops.
And they've already started that process. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I think for the public watching, also this should just be a point to realize that frequently we look at each other's things and request ways to make it better, and there's nothing wrong with doing that. So I appreciate the weighing in and the questions, and I'm glad we've gotten to this point. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll call for a vote, please.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2347 has been adopted. We have a legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Justin B. Schmidt, Brazil, Sash, and Wilson LLP, attorneys at law, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's HDLC decision of denial of the application of demolition of a contributing two-story single-family residential building to grade for property located at 1230 Webster Street. Motion line over M2334 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion upholding HDLC's denial of the application for demolition of 1230 Webster Street, denying the applicant's appeal and demolition request.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Burke, do you want to update us, please?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Thank you.
This is a list of everything from June to October. Of blacks who've been killed.
Eleanor, we can't
Eleanor,
hear you now.
we're losing you, and I think one of my colleagues has their mic open.
That's what they done.
So these names,
You want me to
Jay,
guess who it is,
Jay.
Councilmember Jeruso? You want me to guess who it is?
Okay.
We're not going to say any names, but his initials are J.H. Banks. Jay, your mic's open.
All right.
There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, Eleanor, sorry, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
1230 Webster Street is a contributing rated colonial revival style residence located at the corner of Britannia and Webster Streets in the Uptown Local Historic District. The potential buyers would like to demolish the house in order to build a new single-family home. Contract filed in the Orleans Parish Mortgage Office on May 13, 1904, states that the residence was designed and built by Denman and Charlton for Warren Kearney for the sum of $6,600. Warren Kearney worked at his family's firm, J. Watts Kearney and Sons, a supplier of building materials, paints, and oils, according to the 1910 New Orleans City Directory. The building first appears on the 1909 Sanborn map as a two-story residential building with bay windows on the left and right side elevations and front and rear porches. A 1938 Times-Picayune real estate listing for the property describes the home as frame construction with a slate roof, large screen front porch, reception hall, living room, library, guest lavatory, dining room, pantry, and kitchen on the lower floor. Upstairs are 5 bedrooms and 2 baths. The building was purchased in 1939 and converted into a duplex that was then rented. By 1939, the building appears to have retained its original style, scale, massing, roof form, and footprint to this day, with the exception of the removal of the front porch and 2 one-story additions to the left and right sides, completed by 1951, and some additional side and rear expansions, completed at an unknown later date. In its current state, the building continues to contribute to the tude ensemble of the surrounding local historic district. The colonial revival style building retains many of its original character defining architectural features, such as a relative simplicity of form and details, decorative multi-light upper sash wood windows, historic 6/6 and 2/2 wood windows, decorative multi-light oval window, and wood fanlight type window trim on the stuccoed front gables, wood weatherboard siding, gabled roof, and corbelled masonry chimney. The original wood weatherboards likely exist under the vinyl siding. The 2020 Orleans Parish Assessor appraisal sets the value of the property at $1.7 million, with the structure itself valued at $1.3 million. In 2019, the property was listed for sale by real estate firm McInerney Residential for $1.595 million. The MLS listing boasts that 1230 Webster Street is a great opportunity to turn this home into your dream home. The listing touts the building's original pocket doors, hardwood floors, soaring ceilings, and rear double gallery. The Uptown Local Historic District was created in 2018 to protect the historic structures of the Uptown National Register District from demolition. As property values and demand for land in New Orleans increased following Hurricane Katrina, Uptown has suffered from a high rate of demolition of its contributing rated structures to allow for larger homes that do not relate well to the existing historic streetscapes. Recognizing this negative trend, the mayor and city council established a study committee to evaluate the area for designation as a demolition-only historic district. By establishing the Uptown Historic District, the mayor, city council, neighborhood stakeholders, and New Orleans citizens recognized the benefit of protecting the historic structures of these districts and preventing inappropriate infill in their place. These types of applications like that before you today are exactly what the HDLC was put in place to prevent. It is in some cases appropriate to demolish contributing rated structures to allow for redevelopment, but they are rare and the circumstances must clearly warrant why such an extreme action would be necessary. The applicant's sole reason seems to be that they would like a larger home that better reflects their lifestyle. This desire in no way justifies the removal of historic structures that are integral to the community's understanding of place and enjoyment of the historic streetscape. There are currently many large, prominent homes on the market in New Orleans that could easily accommodate the owner's wish for a large residence on a big lot uptown. The continued requests to demolish contributing rated historic residents valued over $1 million vividly illustrates the threat the Uptown Historic District faces and why the HDLC was put in place to protect it. The current owner, the Clavery family, has owned the building for over 80 years. The family's lack of maintenance and resulting condition of the building is now being used to justify its destruction. This cannot be allowed to happen. While the building is obviously in need of a renovation and a rehabilitation, the character and quality of the building's architecture and history remain intact. The HDLC strongly encourages the City Council to uphold the denial of the demolition and allow this building to be purchased by a family that wishes to renovate it into their dream home.
Thank you, Eleanor, for that presentation. It's appreciated. And for the reasons you've recited, I am going to move to uphold HDLC's denial of the application for demolition at 1230 Webster. May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Palmer. Ms. Beecher, I think we have one public comment on this.
Yes, Councilmember, we have one comment from Justin Schmidt, who notes that he is a paid representative.
Thank you.
Just yesterday, we received and forwarded to Councilmember Giarrusso an engineering report, which was delayed by the recent storms and 2 active COVID-19 infections to indispensable participants that mandated the requisite isolation per CDC protocols. We had hoped to have this report for the initial HDLC hearing, but that was not possible. So Mr. Bose's report is now new information to consider. It is no secret that any demolition request in any of New Orleans' older neighborhoods is a heavy lift and given considerable scrutiny by the HDLC and City Council. However, there are exceptions, and I believe the materials delivered to Councilmember Giarrusso support an exception for 1230 Webster Street. The engineer's report has identified significant deficiencies beyond in the structure than what is visible to the naked eye. The narrative of Peter Clavery, who grew up in the house and whom is embarrassingly familiar with a number of jury-rigged modifications that were made over the years to make do at this time. Another challenging hurdle with this case is the unusually large lot size for this area. Having frontages of 87 feet on Webster and 122 feet on Britannia, its lot area of 11,484 square feet comprises 15% of the entire municipal square shared with 11 other lots. In reality, the lot is too large for the current real estate market, and the only other viable option to the complete demolition and rebuild of a single-family home appears to be a partial demolition of the more recent addition to the south, Perrier Stride, to facilitate a re-subdivision of the interior lot area into a separate development parcel, which would meet all of the bulk and yard regulations in the comprehensive zoning ordinance for this HU RD2 two-family residential district as a potential second development parcel in the rear of the existing structure, resulting in 3 lot structures as opposed to 1. My clients do not wish to shoehorn additional density into this uptown neighborhood, as has recently been done on State Street and Nashville Avenue, but instead want to construct a single-family home that will serve as their primary residence. We have submitted the signatures in support of this proposal from 94 individuals from 83 distinct households in close proximity to the property. Getting that many people in uptown New Orleans to agree on anything is a rarity. Understanding the implications of this request, the Frauenbergers understand that all viable materials and architectural elements that can be salvaged will be harvested from the current structure and either incorporated into its replacement or donated to one of the area's salvage restores. Additionally, they understand that no demolition permits will be issued until HDLC and Safety and Permits issue a building permit for the replacement home. Finally, to assuage any further concerns that the Frauenbergers will tear down the structure but not rebuild what is proposed, they have offered to obtain a performance bond in favor of the city similar to the procedures used and required by the CZO to ensure that stormwater management plans are completed on commercial developments. For the reasons and those stated in the materials in the record, on behalf of the Frauenbergers and the Clavier family, I respectfully request that the council move to approve the requested demolition of 1230 Webster Street under the terms and conditions that you see fit.
Thank you, Ms. Beecher. Yeah, I want to just comment very quickly that we did get additional materials yesterday. I'm holding the complete binder here that we got, and want to thank Mr. Schmidt for putting all of this together. And we did get an engineering report, which I had an opportunity to review. We did get the statement that we had an opportunity to review and understand that particularly good advocacy takes a lot of paper and time, but we had an opportunity to review all of those and thank them for being submitted. But with that, I don't know that changes the dynamics of where we are and the recitation that was provided by Ms. Burke. Does anybody on the dais or virtually appearing have any comments? Nope. All right. With that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yes.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion line over M2334 has been adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're now on top of page 20, page 19. The HDLC appeal of Alyssa Wernet is being deferred to November the 5th. We have a legislative grouping and extension request of Matthew Montgomery requesting a 1-year extension for the conditional use granted for 1501 Elysian Fields Avenue. Motion M2349 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion granting the conditional use extension request originally approved by ordinance number 27,848 MCS zoning docket 6018 until September the 11th, 2021.
And Councilmembers, I move to approve this motion granting the conditional use extension request.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Thank you. The owner of this property has faced considerable unexpected delays this past year, as I guess many of us have. Their demolition permit review was delayed by COVID, and the owner needed time to get the lease with the tenant, which is now complete. I'm told that the plans and design work are at 95% completion, so substantial construction will begin to take place over the next year. I'm excited about this vacant and blighted property coming back into commerce. Is there any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Great. So with that, may we please have a vote?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 yeas, no nays. And motion M2349 has been adopted. We're on top of page 20. Zoning docket 6420 has been deferred to 11/5. We're on top of page 21. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 6620, 700 St. Joseph Lane, LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle service and repair facility minor in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and an HUC historic urban corridor. What's wrong? No, I deferred. I'm sorry. Requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle. Excuse me. Let me get some water. Service and repair facility minor in an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district and an HUC historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 653 lot 14A in the first municipal district, bounded by Dehema Court Street, Tulane Avenue, South Lopez Street, South Salcedo Street, and Bowden Street. Municipal addresses 3125 Tulane Avenue or 3125 Dehema Court Street and 518 South Lopez Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 13 provisos. We have motion M2357 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 6620, subject to 13 recommended provisos. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, if you would, please, sir.
Yes, thank you. This is a conditional use application that proposes the new construction of a service and repair facility affiliated with Superior Honda. That would be a standalone standalone service facility here on Tulane Avenue. The site is located where Dehema Court sort of forks off from Tulane Avenue at the intersection with South Lopez Street. The property was historically developed with a car dealership, which was demolished in the last several years, and now the site is vacant. And so the proposal is this new construction development, which would be a 12,000 square foot facility. The land use question that is prompted in this conditional use application is whether this type of use is appropriate for the zoning district. The zoning district is MU1, which encourages mixed-use buildings similar to what we've seen in recent years around the medical center site. And this facility, though auto-centric, is designed to be compatible with that environment. The building is positioned at the front of the lot along the street at pedestrian entrances as well as vehicular entrances. And so the design is really in keeping with what the regulations are trying to achieve. So the Planning Commission is supportive for that reason. The design is schematic, and so we've recommended a series of provisos that deal with open space, pedestrian access, and minor site modifications as the design is further developed. So with that said, the Planning Commission recommends approval of 13 provisos.
Thank you, Stephen. I am going to move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Council President. Do we have any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
All righty. This is living up to the moniker of the land of the provisos. We have 13 provisos attached to this. This was a dealership that had been there, and it is being put back into commerce and the Scaled Commerce Act that will put this mixed use facility back into commerce. So with that, I think this is a good thing, and I would appreciate you all supporting it. So with that, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2357 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 22. We have legislative grouping, zoning docket 6720, Jeremiah and Rebecca Griswold, requesting a text amendment to Article 12, Section 12.3.8.1, Table 12-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to classify tattoo parlor as a permanent use in the HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. The proposed text amendment would affect regulations that are applied to all HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business Districts in the city. These districts are generally located in residential areas on corner parcels that have historically functioned as neighborhoods serving commercial uses. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission be for approval. We have motion M2345 by Councilmember Williams, a motion approving the requested text amendment as recommended by CPC in zoning docket 6720.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's good to get involved in some land use. This is different. I'll let you take it over, sir.
Thank you, Council Member. Zoning docket 6720 considers a text amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to classify tattoo parlor as a permitted use in the HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. This request is spurred by the applicant's desire to open a tattoo parlor at 1801 Spain Street, which is located within the HUB1A district on a corner site that previously operated as a store. The comprehensive zoning ordinance regulates tattoo parlors as a distinct restricted use, more restricted from other similar uses such as beauty salons, spas, and tanning salons, perhaps a result of long-held historic biases against tattoos. However, tattoos are now widely prevalent and recognized as an art form. Currently, tattoo parlors are only permitted in 6 zoning districts, which are mostly a very intense commercial district, as well as the HMC2, Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Commercial District, and 1 overlay district, the Arts and Cultural Overlay District on St. Claude Avenue. City Planning Commission is supportive of the applicant's request in order to fulfill an immediate need, but believes that a broader text change proposal should ultimately be considered in order to allow tattoo parlor use in districts where similar uses are permitted. Though staff is limited to the scope of the applicant's current request, it encourages a future text amendment proposal that allows for a more comprehensive reconsideration of zoning districts at a citywide level where a tattoo parlor use would be appropriate. City Planning Commission recommends approval of zoning docket 6720.
Thank you very much. As has been just described, the CZO is currently a little bit more restrictive on tattoo parlors than many other similar uses. And I think you said it exactly right. This is just a result of long-held biases and cultural taboos that have completely shifted. And there's nothing intrinsic to tattoo shops that would render them any greater quality of life concern more than a less restricted use. And from a health perspective, they're already probably more regulated than some other similar situated businesses. And given that New Orleans is known for fostering creative arts, this amendment will expand the range of businesses that can occupy historically non-residential structures in HU B1A zoning districts. In that, it's a favorable recommendation from city planning, which encourages a future proposal to take a more comprehensive citywide look at this. And Councilmember Banks and I are in fact going to sponsor just such a separate motion to do just that. But granting this request for HU B1A will fulfill an immediate need in an interim. So I'm gonna move to approve this request and turn it over to Councilmember Banks if he wants to add anything else.
I will second the motion, and you've said it, that we are putting forth a clarification to fix this across the city. It's coming up later in this meeting, so we hope that we will fill the plug the hole that is now existing and get this addressed across the board. So this will be coming up later in the meeting to have that text change to address tattoo parlors across the city. So with that, I'm good.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks, and thank you for that recommendation, Mr. Kramer. Do you second it, Councilmember Banks?
Yes, I second it. Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Sorry, I have public comments on this one.
Oh, okay, great.
We have 4. The first one is from Rebecca Griswold. My husband and I both have a love for the neighborhood and larger community in New Orleans. We believe in being good neighbors and see our business as an asset to the surrounding area. We are clean and quiet, but as artists, we also are very committed to beauty, which includes our building and the surrounding area. We regularly fundraise and donate to local causes and will remain a community-minded business. We look forward to adding further value to St. Roch. The next one is from Jeremiah Griswold. Dear members of City Council, thank you so much for considering our request. My wife Rebecca and I are homeowners in Treme and also reside part-time in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we own and operate White Whale LLC, an award-winning gallery and studio with a collective of artists ranging from fine art to folk art, from canvas and print to body art. As we find ourselves in the next chapter of our lives, spending our time in New Orleans, we are excited to expand the White Whale Collective to New Orleans. White Whale began as a culmination of my work earning a Master's of Arts in Global Urban Leadership and in pursuit of positively impacting cities via social and civic entrepreneurship. This was the result of a personal journey that had led me from being a vocational pastor to an international philanthropy to nonprofit leadership while honoring artistic endeavors along the way. White Whale is a community third space that provides a creative and positive ethos in which to obtain the region's highest quality art. It is a place to belong, where individuals are cared for in a pastoral manner. Currently, White Whale generates more than $500,000 in revenue per year. The White Whale Foundation works towards community transformation and is making profound impacts locally and internationally. We have purchased the perfect property for our expansion at 1801 Spain Street in New Orleans, 70117. The floor plan has museum quality walls that meet our exact needs, and it is walking distance from our home in a neighborhood in which we already are actively engaged. Our model is an appointment-only studio. Our artists book up to a year in advance with regular business hours and never more than 2 to 3 clients at a time. We bring thoughtful individuals into the neighborhood without undue hardships such as exorbitant parking needs or foot traffic. Since a portion of our art is the medium of body art / tattooing, we are humbly asking for the zoning to accommodate tattooing. We believe body art should be treated the same as hair salons, tanning, and other human services. We are so grateful for your time and consideration and happy to answer any questions or concerns or provide additional information that might aid in your decision. Yours truly, Jeremiah and Rebecca Griswold, owners. T.C. Thompson. White Whale Tattoo is an arts organization and a collective of artists, entrepreneurs, and activists. The mission of the shop is rooted in art and community building. White Whale is a staple in the local community, but through the foundation, it also has a global reach. For example, Flash Days are a fundraising event hosted locally with hundreds of people choosing tattoo designs with an understanding that their payment will be donated to organizations doing meaningful work. Local Cincinnati residents have helped raise tens of thousands of dollars for organizations in Guatemala. Personally, I look forward to spending a significant portion of the year in New Orleans in the future and being inspired by, learning from, and hopefully contributing to an already beautiful culture and artistic community. The last comment is from Sierra Higgins. White Whale is a safe and supportive space that my family and I have been going to for the past few years. And we were so excited to hear about their dreams of moving their charity mission down to New Orleans. The way they include the neighborhood into their art projects and charity work is truly inspiring, and you would be so fortunate to have a positive family-owned business joining your neighborhood. Those are all the comments.
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you to all those public comments. And Mr. Kramer, thank you for your recommendations. I love that backdrop. Madam Clerk, you want to call it?
Councilmember Wynn?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M-20-345 has been adopted. Council members, are we ready to go to the 1 o'clock matter? Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Yes. If my patriots are, my co-patriots.
We're now going to go to page 42. We have resolution R-2356 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer by request. A resolution affirmatively opting in to allow on-premise consumption of alcohol at bars in the parish of Orleans pursuant to proclamation number 117 JBE 2020.
356 satisfies a requirement set forth in the.
Councilmember, I hadn't finished.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you did.
Proclamation number 117 JBE 2020 and as provided in the City of New Orleans Health Department guidelines for COVID-19 reopening phase 3. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Laura. Now we're on the same page. All right, y'all. This is resolution R-356 satisfies a requirement set forth in the governor's phase 3 rules regarding on-site consumption of food and alcohol at bars. The governor's September 11th proclamation outlines that bars will be allowed to reopen for on-premises consumption only if 1, the bars are located in a parish that has a percent positivity of 5% or less for 2 consecutive weeks as determined and published by the Louisiana Department of Health. And 2, the governing authority of the parish affirmatively opts in to allow on-premise consumption in bars in that parish. This resolution formally and affirmatively authorizes that opt-in in accordance with the New Orleans Health Department Phase 3 guidelines. And I want us to take a moment to kind of reflect on where we are and how we got to this point. The city was one of the worst hotspots in the country for per capita COVID cases and deaths early on in this pandemic. And it was only through the collective effort of residents, businesses, healthcare workers, and government that we were able to flatten the curve. And I do want to thank the mayor for being very intentional when we talk about how she really allowed the research and the health department to lead the way on this. More than flattening the curve, we must recognize that the work our hospitals have done in pioneering new treatments and that our health department has done under the leadership of Dr. Avegno in creating a targeted neighborhood testing regime that allows us to become one of the most tested populations in the world. Going from a worst case scenario to an example of best practices only happened because we as a city did not ignore or downplay the challenge, but rather kept a clear-eyed focus on data and the science to ensure we would never be in such a precarious position with this disease. So now we are at a point where we can begin opening our bars. I want to stress, though, that this does not mean the pandemic is over and does not mean we let our guard down. In a moment, Dr. Avegno will be joining us to explain more, but I want to be very clear that while we are opting in and authorizing on-site consumption, no actual change is happening yet. We need to allow the mayor and the health department to establish proper rules, which we expect them to release later today. But I feel confident speaking for the council that we expect all establishments and patrons to follow the rules of the health department and what they establish. I also want to be very clear that those rules are only as good as the enforcement mechanisms behind them. And I believe that there should be no second chances for any establishment that chooses to violate them. I've met and spoken with numerous bar owners across my district who have been planning for months to have appropriate measures in place to operate in a safe manner. They have suffered economically more than most, and yet still understand their responsibility to this community's health and public health issues. I do want to take a minute to acknowledge some of them. You know, Mark over at Bar Tonique has been on the weekly hospitality calls and has really been very proactive in working with the industry to create safety protocols. And I just want to applaud him for his dedication in that. Sarah, who's been a manager at several bars, you know, turned some of the empty bars into food pantries and have actually been feeding hospitality workers throughout this pandemic. And Reed Wenhorst from Betty's. You know, Betty's was a wonderful bar that opened right before the pandemic and had to shut with the pandemic. And then they also turned their site into making sure it was a safe place for hospitality workers to receive food and resources, have subsequently had to close and will not be able to reopen. So these establishments that want to treat this pandemic as over, or that those who don't respect the rules, simply should not be allowed to operate. They should not be allowed to undo the good work that so many others across this city have done. So I'm counting on both sides to do their job, businesses to understand and implement the rules, and the city to keep a close eye to ensure that those rules are followed. And so with that is Dr. Avegno on.
Yes, I am here.
Joining us.
And I apologize for being in a mask. We are in a car coming back from an offsite meeting, so I'm obeying the masking and distancing rules. But go ahead. Thank you, Councilmember Palmer and the City Council for having us here today. I really appreciate your summary of where we've been and where we are. I think it's really a testament to the citizens of New Orleans that we have come this far after being a hotspot. You know, I'll say that like New York, we now enjoy some of the lowest percent positivity test rates in the country. But even better than New York, we're able to have successfully opened more businesses safely. And again, I think that's because our residents really get it. They have embraced mask wearing and distancing for the most part, and that is what is going to keep us on this forward progress. So just to highlight what Councilmember Palmer said, the purpose of this resolution is a formality by the state, because we are choosing in our latest iteration of phase 3, because we've done well and the numbers have been sustained, to allow outdoor consumption, table service only at our bars, with a 25% capacity limit that's been set by the state. 2 weeks ago, as most people know, we allowed for resumption of curbside and takeout. We have not seen any adverse effect in the numbers from that. So that's been very positive. And so we think this is another step that we are hoping we can do safely, and that will employ and bring some of our residents who have been out of work and some of our businesses that have been closed back to life. In addition to that, the other changes that are being made in this phase 3.2 are to take events that are timed and ticketed and seated that have been shown to be safe and increase their gathering sizes. So our churches, our stadiums, our movie theaters have all been at 50% with a maximum of 250. And we are increasing that now to 500 because these are controlled events. And again, we are very fortunate. We have not seen any outbreaks from them. Councilmember Palmer, is there any other changes that you'd like me to highlight?
No, I do want to underscore the fact this is for exterior seating, right?
Yes,
Within
for our bars, yes.
And people need
Yes,
to be
because
aware.
we know that outdoors is far safer than indoors. And again, as you've mentioned, it's really important for us to be able to make a change and have that 2-week period to evaluate the data. So if there's any adverse effects, we can isolate it and not have to have sort of a draconian rollback of everything.
And I think that's very important. I would like y'all to take a minute to talk about enforcement as well, because, you know, we also want to make sure that if we have a bad actor, shall we say, in this, that enforcement is swift and that they are shut down. And so what does the administration have in place to ensure that there's a reporting if somebody does not follow the outlined guidelines from the health department?
Right. So our enforcement team has been multidisciplinary and has included not just city representation, but state representation, primarily ATC, as well as some state health department for weeks now. And what they've been doing is really trying, first of all, to be proactive, to receive in real time, you know, concerns about large gatherings or issues that are outside the guidelines and or pose a health and safety risk, and responding to those and really trying to work with whatever's happening on the ground. Certainly, you know, shutting something down should be a last resort, and everybody should have the opportunity to really understand the guidelines, what's safe and what's not. So they're responding in real time. They're also have been proactively going out every weekend in our entertainment districts where we know that large gatherings can be an issue. And being on the street to see what's happening in real time and to intervene before things get, you know, too far. There is an established, you know, I would let code enforcement and safety and permits and NOPD sort of speak to their processes, but there is an established process that they are following. We are hoping to put extra resources towards these efforts so that we can really make sure we have a handle. This has proved successful in other cities, and we think it really has made a difference in New Orleans, you know, keeping our rates low and our gatherings down.
Great, thank you. Sarah, did you have anything to add? I see you online.
No, I think Dr. Avegno covered it, but if you have any other questions about details and the guidelines, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council members, does anybody out there have any questions, concerns? Joe?
No, I don't have anything. I just wanted to be added to the resolution because I think, I just think for all the reasons you set forth, Councilmember Palmer and Dr. Avegno, and I know Sarah, you me too, but it's something that's important. And I think now is the time to start moving this forward. So I appreciate everybody's hard work and thank you for your work on this, Councilmember Palmer. And thank you for letting me add myself to it.
Councilmember Banks?
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. I just want to say thank you to all New Orleanians who have been very intentional in following the guidelines. Our numbers reflect that we have been doing a yeoman's job at trying to curb the onslaught of this virus. And I'm very appreciative and grateful to all of you for doing so. And these measures don't mean that the crisis is over. These measures don't mean that you can all of a sudden forget about it and ignore what's happening. We still need to stay intentional. We should not take our feet off of the gas pedal because we are far from out of this. Now, this is one step closer, but we are far from home. So with that, again, thank you all. And I'm going to ask you to continue to do what you've been doing and wear your mask, wash your hands, and social distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks. I also think it's really important to note too, part of the governor's requirement was a positivity rate. A parish could not have more than 5%, or it had to be under 5%, right? And the fact that I think our briefing with the mayor yesterday and the council, we're at 1.1%. Is that correct? For our positivity rate. And I think it's one of the lowest in the country. Is that true?
It is true. And it's really a lot of hard work and sacrifice by our residents, but it's keeping people out of the hospitals and is keeping people from dying. And we should all be very proud of that.
Right. So again, I'm excited about us moving forward in the next stage. I just want us to do it responsibly. And we all know that our neighborhood bars are really places that people have great connections to. I know we miss our Old Point Bar, and luckily they have tables that you can sit out on the levee and watch folks go by. And I just really want to ensure that our populations understand how important it is to still be proactive, wear a mask, and be responsible. So again, thank you all very much. So with that, I had a seconded, correct?
No.
I did not have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Giarrusso, who wanted his name added. And can we please have a vote?
Do we have any speakers?
Oh, do we have any public speaking?
Not on this, madam. No, not on this item.
Excellent.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Resolution R 2356 is adopted. We'll continue on this page at the top. Motion M 2355 by Council Members Giarrusso, Banks, Gissison Palmer, and Nguyen. A motion maintaining the polling place relocations that were effective for the 7/11/20 and 8/15/20 elections shall remain effective for the upcoming presidential election on November the 3rd, 2020.
I'll move for adoption.
Second.
Madam Clerk? Oh, do we have any comments? I apologize. Do we have any public comments?
No, council member.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any comments? Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Giarrusso,
Yes, sir.
oh, one question. Were there any, these were polling locations from the previous elections that were already requested to be, I guess, these were from the previous elections that were changed already?
Yes. So what happened was there were a number of locations, so I'll use District A as an example, where there was concern from the Secretary of State and our health department about social distancing. So what can we do in order to make sure that that is better? So, for example, we moved one place to another for the last election. We moved one to a completely separate location in order to create more space and more room. And I think I felt comfortable given the fact that there's already been one roll through this already with the elections that were, a month or two ago,
Right.
that given where we are in COVID and the fact that people had already voted, that they would have the sense of maintaining this as we move forward.
Familiarity, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these were that the Secretary of State identified?
That's right. So we got probably back in June or July, we got a letter, I think, to all of the council members who are on here. So myself, Banks, Councilmember Palmer, Councilmember Nguyen, identifying these different places, and then with alternative suggestions of where we should put them. Some of which I think were accepted, some of which went somewhere else. And we wanted to make sure that for the previous elections, like I said, in July and August, that people had enough notice. Now that people have had the opportunity to vote twice, I think we're just making it very clear, as we have with the importance of the upcoming election, we're doing the same thing. And just so you know, also, Jared, Councilmember Banks is leading another motion that we have under suspension. There's going to be 3 other places, 2 of which are in B, 1 in A, that are just moving on Xavier's campus. And I think Clerk Morrell's office is on the line to explain all the steps they're going to take to make sure people get advance notice. They know about where to go. That they have people at the old location in case you show up there to direct you where to go. So because what you're getting at is, do people know, are they going to be prevented from voting? Are they not going to know where to go properly? And we want to make sure we knock all that out.
Mhm. All right, thank you.
Yeah, great question.
Yeah.
I moved, it's been seconded, right?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yeah.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2355 has been adopted. We're now going to go back to our regular order. We're on page 23. We have legislative grouping zoning docket number 6820, St. Anna's Episcopal Church, New Orleans, requesting a conditional use to permit a community facility and neighborhood commercial establishment in an HMR2 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District and RDO2 Residential Diversity Overlay District and an EC Enhancement Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 629, Lot 3 or Lot 10, and Lot 4 or Lot 14, or an undesignated lot in the 3rd Municipal District bounded by Esplanade Avenue, North Claiborne Avenue, Kellerick Street, and North Robinson Street. Municipal addresses 1511 through 1519 Esplanade Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval subject to 8 provisos. Motion M 2359 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC and zoning docket 6820, subject to 8 recommended provisos.
I'd like to move for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Brissette. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you. This is a conditional use application to allow St. Anna's Church to use what it calls the Dodwell House as a community center to really advance its mission. The Dodwell House is located at 1511 Esplanade Avenue. It's right off the corner of Esplanade and Claiborne, and we've all probably admired it driving down Esplanade in the past. It's a really beautiful 1846 center hall structure, but it's sat vacant for many years and has deteriorated over that time. St. Anna's acquired it over the last couple of years, and they've started renovating it and proposed to use it as a community center to really further their goals by providing after-school programs, community services. The center would also have a coffee shop. But the site's in a residential district, and so community centers are sort of looked at with a certain degree of scrutiny in residential districts because as non-residential uses, they can have land use impacts in terms of parking and activity that can affect the surrounding neighborhood. In this case, I think the benefits are really positive rather than negative. For one, this is really off of a commercial corridor, so it's really just as much in a commercial or non-residential context as a residential context. And then separately from that, this is an important historic building that is sat vacant, and this is adaptive reuse allows it to be preserved. And so from a land use perspective, there's a benefit. Also from the perspective of the community which receives the services that the church would be putting out there, it's really a benefit as well. And so I think it's really a win-win, and the Planning Commission recommends approval subject to a number of standard provisos, most of which are related to design refinements as this goes through permitting.
Great. Thank you so much. Y'all, as you heard, the applicant, St. Anna's Episcopal Church is in Treme, is requesting the conditional use for a coffee shop and community services, including an after-school program. The CPC recommended approval, and I'm doing the same. The coffee shop and community facility are consistent with other local uses and the HMR2 zoning district, and will return the vacant building to Commerce. The proposal is consistent with the master plan and the applicant is on board with all of the CPC's provisos. Y'all, just give you an idea. I think all of you know where this is when we talk about the corner of Claiborne and Esplanade. It's also like adjacent to a gas station. So when we talk about really being able to use for residential life, you really can't. I have a very long history working with St. Anna's. It spans over 20 years. And, you know, they've always had programs with the community, in partnership with the community. They have an after-school program, and they really cater to the neighborhood children. In addition to that, you know, their church services, the LGBTQ population, as well as they have a wonderful jazz program in there. And they also do a lot of ministry with retired musicians. So again, it speaks to the history, the heritage, the culture of Treme. This is an incredibly important architectural site, and I think there's no better use than working in partnership with St. Anna's and bringing life back to this building. Council members, are there any comments or questions on this? Councilmember Brissette?
Just a comment, Councilmember Palmer, just want to thank you for your work in your office. And, you know, we share the border right there, and, you know, even, you know, somewhat, you know, our crossover Claiborne, and St. Anna's, like you said, does so much great work with the community and the community's children. And I know you and myself, we do what we can through grants and our office's support of them to make sure we could give a lending hand to uplift their efforts in the community, as they are a true partner in the Treme community, and doing their part with our children, and just overall being that stable crutch to what we all know that many of our communities need out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brissette. You know, I was over there yesterday, and they're so excited because they've actually raised all the renovation funds, and so
they did.
Yeah, so they're ready to start working. You know.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right. So with that, can we have a vote, please?
We have public comments.
Oh,
Yay.
wait, we have two comments.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Public comment.
We have two public comments on this matter. The first is from Angela Morton. We are so proud of St. Anna's and the Anna's Place program for rehabilitating this important piece of New Orleans architecture. Built for Miss Eliza Ducros Modisseau in 1846 by Nicholas Duro and Jacques Michel St. Martin, these structures will now be a wonderful opportunity to expand Anna's Place for the youth at Treme. Students from kindergarten through high school will gather and be nurtured in after-school activities and programs at this amazing site. Thank you for your support. The next one is from Father William H. Terry. We ask that the council approve the zoning measure for St. Anna's Dodwell House development at 1519 Esplanade Avenue. Our goal is to provide this community with a safe space that will enhance the lives of the broader and often underserved community, a place where children and families can thrive. We thank you in advance for your prayerful consideration. Those are all the comments.
Great.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember
Yay.
Gibson.
Yay.
Okay,
Sorry.
I got you. Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2359 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 24. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 7020, Zelia CMP LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle dealership lodged in a CBD4 Exposition District and a CBD7 Bioscience District on square 430, lots 9, 10, 11, 13A, 14A, Part M and 17 through 28 in the First Municipal District bounded by Poydras Street, South Claiborne Avenue, Clara Street, and Perdido Street. Municipal addresses 1709 through 1741 Poydras Street, 516 through 524 South Claiborne Avenue and 515 Clara Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 5 waivers and 13 provisos. Motion M-20-358 by Councilmember Banks. A motion approving the conditional use as recommended by CPC in zoning docket 7020, subject to the recommended 5 waivers and 13 provisos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen?
Thank you. This is a conditional use application that seeks to allow a car dealership at the intersection of Claiborne and Poydras, a couple blocks from City Hall and right across from the Superdome. The site right now is a surface parking lot, very much underutilized, and the intent is to develop it with a car dealership that would be about 15,000 square feet, would include showroom space, office space, service bays, a car wash and detailing area, and the like. The site is located in a portion of the CBD that was recently given a text amendment to allow car dealerships, and this is a companion to that recent text amendment to entitle the actual car dealership itself. And so this dealership will improve the built environment that's around the Superdome, where you really have a overabundance of parking lots, and having this development there will improve architectural character of this segment of the CBD. It will also encourage additional economic development in the area. The Planning Commission does recommend a few waivers that have to do with design requirements in the CBD. These design standards are really not appropriate given the car dealership use, particularly at this location. And so the Planning Commission suggests 5 waivers and recommends approval with those waivers and a number of provisos which deal with other aspects of design and the permitting process.
Stephen, thank you. I'm going to move for approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Nguyen. Do we have any public comment?
No.
All righty. Well, folks, this we have been working very intentionally with the developers and city planning. And as usual, we have tried to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. There are 13 provisos attached to this one. This will be a very good thing for a vacant lot. It'll put it back into a much better use than what it currently is. So with that, I would ask your support and approval for this. So can I get a vote, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams? Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay, and Councilmember Moreno is here and she's a yay too.
Okay,
I'm a yay too.
okay, so we have 7 yeas, no nays, and motion M-20-358 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, zoning docket 7120 has been deferred to November the 5th. We're now on top of page 25. We have legislative grouping zoning docket 7320, City Council motion M-20-230, requesting a text amendment to Article 7 and Article 18 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to classify outdoor amusement facility as a permitted use in the GPD, General Plan Development District, and the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District. This text amendment will impact the parcels in the General Plan Development District and the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission be for modified approval. We have motion M-20-353 by Councilmember Nguyen, a motion approving the requested text amendment as a modified approval for CPC in zoning docket 7320.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kramer?
Thank you, Councilmember. Zoning docket 7320 considers authorizing outdoor amusement facilities as a permitted use in the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor Use Restriction Overlay District and the General Plan Development District in New Orleans East. The comprehensive zoning ordinance applies a range of interactive recreation and activities and ancillary uses to the outdoor amusement facility use category, including miniature golf courses, racetracks, theme parks, and the like, as well as accompanying restaurants and gift shops. The intent of the motion is to enable redevelopment of some of New Orleans East's large underutilized properties, such as the site adjacent to Lincoln Beach. Additionally, the amendment is intended to spur economic development by allowing a broader range of commercial and recreational uses in the general plan development district. Article 7 Open Space District states that the general plan development districts are intended to provide flexibility in the site design and development of land in order to promote its most environmentally sensitive uses and to preserve the natural and scenic qualities of wetlands and other natural land features. This zoning designation encourages development that avoids or minimizes negative environmental impacts and utilizes innovative design techniques and flexibility in development of the site. These areas are regulated through the standards within the comprehensive zoning ordinance, primarily through section 5.4 general plan development districts. The motion requested that the portion of the general plan development district where outdoor amusement facilities would be permitted is limited to the area within the Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor use restriction overlay. However, the CPC found this overlay applied only to 2 full parcels, which are zoned GPD. Therefore, the CPC explored other ways to allow the use in the GPD district that would apply only to New Orleans East. The CPC recommended that the use be allowed as a conditional use, but referenced an existing exemption that applies only in planning districts 9 and 10, both of which are in New Orleans East. The recommended text will allow any site that does not meet the minimum size for a planned development to be considered through the conditional use process and exempts these areas from some of the more restrictive development regulations of the general plan development district. Compliance with design standards and required protection of environmental features and wildlife habitats is still required as part of our recommendation. The CPC recommended modified approval of the request.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Colleagues, residents of New Orleans East have said for years they want more family entertainment opportunities closer to home. This text amendment allows outdoor amusement facility as a conditional use in the GPD zoning district and planning districts 9 and 10, which are in New Orleans East. This will allow a path for GPD zone sites, including the former Six Flags and Lincoln Beach parking lot, as well as 3 other large parcels in the district to be developed as outdoor entertainment facility. I do ask for your support. I'd like to move on the approval with the recommendation from CPC. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second.
Thank you, Council Member Palmer, for seconded. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer, Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2353 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 26. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 7420, Realty Resolution LLC and the City of New Orleans, requesting for a conditional use to permit a warehouse in an HUMU Historic Urban Neighborhood Mixed Use District and EC Enhanced Corridor Design Overlay District on Square 1, an undesignated lot in Part 19 to 22 and Part 1, 2, 3, and 4 formerly acquired for the Leek Avenue right-of-way in the 6th Municipal District bounded by Chapatula Street, Leek Avenue, Arabella Street, and Joseph Street. Municipal addresses 5620 Chapatula Street and 225 Arabella Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval subject to 8 provisos. We have motion M2351 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion approving the conditional use request as recommended by CPC in a zoning 7420 with the inclusion of 1 additional proviso, which shall read as follows for a total of 9 provisos. In order to alleviate parking congestion on Arabella Street, the developer shall utilize off-street parking along Chapatula Street for employee parking. That is the proviso.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll?
Thank you. This is a application that is brought by both Realty Resolution as the property owner and also the city, which owns property to the rear of the site that is being used by the warehouse. So the warehouse is located on Tchoupitoulas at Arabella. It proposes to expand by adding a loading bay in the rear of the site on what is city-owned land once intended for the expansion of Leek Avenue, which isn't happening. And so the city is leasing this to the developer to expand our house. The purpose of the expansion is to relocate the loading activity that currently occurs on Tchoupitoulas Street, which is of course the most trafficked street around the site, to the rear of the site to reduce some of the congestion and other activity on the site. This is good from a land use perspective because it frees up traffic circulation and also puts it in a less visually noticeable location at the rear of the site. So the Planning Commission is supportive and recommends approval, subject to a number of provisos that have to do with refining the design and the permitting process associated with the addition.
Thank you, Stephen. Members, this property requires a conditional use so a ramp can be constructed behind the building. Once built, large 18-wheelers can access the warehouse via Arabella Street, thereby preventing these trucks from obstructing traffic on Tchoupitoulas. Now, you may remember we've made a lot of noise about truck routes and where they should be, and Tchoupitoulas is obviously one of them. But given the construct here, people seem more comfortable with the way that this was constructed and the provisos originally proposed by city planning. We're also requiring the developer, who's worked well with the neighbors, to utilize the free space in the warehouse's front for employee parking. Developers working to add no parking signs on Arabella, helping these trucks to navigate more easily. I therefore move to grant the conditional use request subject to the 9 provisos. May I please have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Banks. Thank you. Ms. Beecher, do we have any comments?
No, council member.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette. Councilmember, I got you. Councilmember Williams. Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2351 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 27. We have a legislative grouping, zoning docket 7520. Patricia DiMaggio and David DiMaggio, requesting a zoning change from an HURD1 historic urban 2-family residential district to an HB1 historic urban neighborhood business district on Square H, Lot 53 in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Clematis Street, Elder Street, and Montpelier Street. Municipal address 3666 Clematis Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. We have motion M2350 by Councilmember Brissette. A motion approving the zoning change request as recommended by CPC in zoning docket 7520.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a zoning request 7520. It's for a rezone of 3666 Clematis from a HURD1 historic urban 2-family residential district to HUB1A historic urban neighborhood business district. The property is a moderate size 1-story building on a street that is primarily residential in use, but also has a 3-block segment that features several commercial uses. The site's most previous use was an automotive repair shop. The request is intended to accommodate the establishment and operation of a dog rehabilitation center, a use which is not permitted under the site's current HURD1 classification. The dog rehabilitation facility will offer limited accommodations for lost and rescued dogs, daycare activities, services, obedience training, and will service a maximum of 6 dogs at a time. The applicant's request is consistent with the HUB1A zoning designation and the master plan. In addition, the Edgewood Park Neighborhood Association submitted a letter of support for the rezoning of the facility, and I'm going to move forward for approval. Mr. Crowe, you have any comments?
No, I think you captured it. CBC recommends approval.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I should have went with you to you first. I move for approval. Ms. Beecher, any public comments?
Yes, Councilmember, there's one from Cartricia Maria DiMaggio. Good morning, my brother David and I sincerely appreciate your consideration of approval moving forward to the zoning of 3666 Clematis to an HUB1A Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District for zoning change. Our Sicilian heritage brought our aunt, uncle, and father to the 9th Ward on Montague from the 1900s. Our modest tin building and property housed a Haitian artist who was commissioned carving all the fleur-de-lis in Moisant Airport, many hardworking small businesses, a haven after Hurricane Katrina to live in their RV, park local trucks to be on high ground, local truck drivers, and giving small jobs to the locals. We have known all of the people on Clematis and our new tenants, Casey and Tamara. We brought them in because they were training NOLA police dogs and supported the community. Thank you. That is the only comment.
All right, thank you. It's been moved. Would like a second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Ms. Johnson?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, no nays. Motion M2350 has been adopted. We're now on top of page 28, a legislative grouping, design review 12420, Jason Whelan. Requesting an appeal of the University Area Interior Off-Street Zoning District, which requires 1 off-street parking space per bedroom for a substantial renovation for the property located at 1117 through 1119 Pine Street to allow an existing single-family residence to add 2 bedrooms to their residence and maintain 0 off-street parking spaces. Design review number 12420. We have motion M2346 by Councilmember Jeruso. A motion approving the favorable recommendation of the City Planning Commission on design review number 12420, Adam Massey, requesting an appeal relative to the University Area Interior Off-Street Parking Zoning District for property located at 1117 through 1119 Pine Street, granting the applicant's request.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll?
Thank you. This is a appeal of the University Area Interim Zoning District. As you know, the council recently adopted this in response to the overcrowding of streets in the vicinity of Loyola and Tulane University, generally associated with new development and expansion of existing structures. So the IZD requires that for new construction or expansion, a parking space, an off-street parking space be provided for each new bedroom. In this case, the property owner owns a house on Pine Street, which is near the universities, and it's a shotgun double that extends the width of the house of the lot, so it's not possible to provide parking now. They seek to add a camelback to provide a net of 2 additional bedrooms, and these bedrooms are intended to allow for property owner's son who was recently born, as well as additional familial guests to stay at the house. And again, there's not an ability to provide parking, and so it can't be developed in the proposed way without an appeal of the IZD. Certainly the intent of the IZD, I don't think, is to preclude this sort of development, which doesn't add to the number of cars in the street and doesn't meaningfully impact the street. And so the Planning Commission, which is tasked with advising the council on these appeals, finds that this development proposal is acceptable. It doesn't isn't contrary to the intent of the IZD and therefore recommends that the appeal be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Because of the university area IZD, as Mr. Kroll described, the Massey family who lives at this house cannot expand their home for their growing family without this appeal. You may have seen members Adam's email this morning that said this is his homestead property and they've lived there for the past 10 years. We fast-tracked this motion, and thank you for Teresa for helping us with that, because it impacts a local family rather than a developer converting homes for student housing. Anytime you pass legislation, no matter how well-meaning, there are chances for unintended consequences. In the last several months, since we have been working on, discussing, and ultimately passing the university area IZD, this is the very first appeal from a homeowner. And we have the support from the neighborhood groups that originally pushed for the IZD, as well as CPC support. So with that, I move to grant the appeal. Is there a second?
A second.
Seconded by Councilmember Palmer. Thank you. Teresa, do we have any public comment?
No, Councilmember.
Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams, Councilmember Jeruso,
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
Yay for
Yeah.
me too, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we have 7 yeas, no nays, and motion M2346 has been adopted.
Councilmember Jeruso, I can say that I've not been swayed by the cute picture of the baby.
Well, it was a nice touch, right?
We're now on top of page 29. We have all matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,930 has been deferred to November the 5th. Ordinance calendar number 32,932 has been deferred to November the 5th. On page 30, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 32,982 has been deferred to November the 5th. Ordinance calendar number 33,008 has been deferred to November the 5th. On top of page 31, ordinance calendar number 33,009 has been deferred to November the 5th. On page 32, all matters. We have a legislative grouping. Ordinance calendar number 33,018 has been deferred to November the 5th. Amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,018 has been deferred to November the 5th. On top of page 33, all matters. We have a legislative grouping. Ordinance calendar number 33,020 has been deferred to November the 5th. Substitute amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,020 has been deferred to November the 5th. We're on top of page 34. All matters. We have ordinance calendar number 33,021 has been deferred to November the 5th. Ordinance calendar number 33,081 has been deferred to November the 5th. We're on top of page 35. Ordinance calendar number 33,088 has been deferred to November the 5th. Ordinance calendar number 33,089 has been deferred to November the 5th. We're now on top of page 36. We have ordinance calendar number 33,113 has been deferred to November the 5th. We have ordinance calendar number 33,118 by Councilmember Gissison Palmer, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bed and breakfast principal in an HMR1 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District on Square 176 Lot 3A in the 2nd Municipal District, bounded by Ursuline Avenue, North Robinson Street, North Village Street, and Governor Nichols Street. Municipal address is 1531 Ursuline Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment. We have amendment by Councilmember Gissison Palmer in Section 1 on page 3, after public right-of-way on line 46 and before Section 2 begins on line 1, insert the following. Number 9, the developer shall provide to the Historic Faribault Treme Association, HFTA, an initial executed lease agreement between the owner and on-site operator, along with any subsequent amendments or renewals thereto. The developer must also provide HFTA with any new lease agreements with the same or other on-site operators to ensure HFTA always has its possessions the current lease agreement between the owner and on-site operators. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this amendment to the agenda.
Thank you. I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay, do you have any conversation or anything you're trying to do with this, council member?
Yes, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Let's move can we move for approval for the whole piece now? And then we'll have the comments?
We can adopt the amendment first. That's what we need to do.
Okay, I'd like to adopt the amendment. I move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Giarrusso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember Brissette,
Aye, yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Yay.
We
Okay,
have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted.
council members, y'all may recall from the motion stage, this conditional use application is for the bed and breakfast in Treme. There were some organizational changes in the neighborhood association, and so we moved it forward without passing it entirely until the owner, the applicant, had the ability to have a conversation with the new leadership in Historic Faubourg Treme Association. The board met just last night and asked my office to add this proviso, requesting that the owner provide the organization with the initial and any subsequent lease agreements between the owner and the on-site operator. This is meant to help guard against any issues in the bed and breakfast operations, since some of those were present when the site operated as a short-term rental. This added proviso is reflected in the amendment and was communicated to the applicant this morning, who was okay with this amendment. So with this amendment, I'm comfortable today moving forward with the project and approving the conditional use today. I also want to thank the owner and the applicant for their patience in this matter and for being willing to meet with the neighborhood association as we move forward. So with that, I know we moved on the amendment. Do we need to move on the ordinance as amended?
Yes.
Okay, I move. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Nguyen.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Aye.
Councilmember
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Let me check. Let me check with my folks. Okay, yeah, because that's what I.
Councilmember Brissette.
That's not me, Jason.
Well, I could tell, kid.
Okay, just making sure you know.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Giarrusso,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and ordinance calendar number 33,118 is adopted as amended.
Thank you.
Just give me 1 minute, please. Okay, we're now gonna go to page, council members, are we, we're on the page, so that's okay. Well, let me do this first. We're on page 37. Ordinance calendar number 33,122 has been deferred to November the 5th. At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,124 by Councilmember Jeruso and Banks. An ordinance to amend and reordain Section 118-43 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, setting the fees for the City Planning Commission applications to create a fee for residential conditional uses and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance creates an easier pathway for families seeking to bring their generational homes back into commerce. As I've said before, remember when we had the Uptown IZD conversation, there are three ways that government can kill development. It can study something to death, it can delay it, or it can make it too expensive. We should be making things easier and better for everyone. And this new fee structure does exactly that. And I want to thank City Planning specifically because they worked so closely with us on getting these fees so drastically reduced. The reduced fees allows the city to provide services that help families reestablish multifamily homes without spending thousands of dollars in application fees. Originally, fees for established multifamily conditional uses were based on square footage. Those fees ranged from $1,160 to $4,640 based on the size of the structure. Now, applications for established double and multifamily residents cost only $500. Any increase in floor area is an additional $200, totaling a $700 application fee for these expanded established structures. These fees only apply to established townhomes, double family, and multifamily homes, but I believe it's an extraordinary step in the right direction to making things easier and better for other people. And in closing, I just want to thank Claire in my office. We had a lot of land use stuff today, and this was a very important piece, and she worked very hard on it, as well as Councilmember Banks for his support as well. Jay?
Thank you, Wingman. I also want to chime in. Affordable housing is not the sexiest undertaking for developers to embark on. They aren't going to make a ton of money on affordable housing, but affordable housing is absolutely essential and critical to the survival of this city. So whatever we can do to help ease the pressure or encourage development that will provide affordable housing, I think is a smart thing to do. And by lowering these fees, we make it easier for people who already had multifamily units to go back, get them back to what they were, and then create the kind of housing that we actually need. Now, the few dollars that we aren't going to collect in permit fees, I think we collect exponentially by having our residents here being able to work near where they live and actually help to keep this city progressing. So with that, I want to say also thank you to Jenna Burke and Joe and your staff and city planning, everybody else that played a role in this. I think this is an excellent step forward. By no means am I ready to spike the ball. We have not fixed the affordable housing issue, but this is just one more tool in the toolbox to be able to get us to where we need to get. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to move for adoption of the ordinance. Councilmember Banks? Second. Colleagues, before, I think we have just one public comment. Anybody who wants to add anything? All right. Teresa?
The public comment is from Evan Ludakis. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments. Oh, and he is a paid representative of the Home Builders Association. Thank you for the opportunity to submit comments. The Home Builders Association would like to signal its support for this ordinance. We appreciate Council Members Jeruso and Banks for taking the initiative to reorganize the residential conditional use fees. We often argue that high fees are an unnecessary barrier to housing, and we welcome efforts that chip away at housing costs. Again, thank you, Council Members Jeruso and Banks, for coordinating this instrument with the administration and bringing it forward. That's the only comment.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Wynn?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Yay.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer?
Yay.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,132 has been adopted. We have ordinance calendar number 33,145 by Councilmember Banks and Williams. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 114-125, 114-126, and 114-127 of and to add section 114-137 to the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the Employees Retirement System of the City of New Orleans to amend the requirements for retirement and the determination of retirement allowances and to provide certain early and voluntary retirement benefits and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Council members, we have an amendment by Councilmember Williams. On page 2, section 4, line 9, delete the phrase "and such member does not return to eligible part-time or full-time employment," and insert the following in lieu thereof: "and such member does not return to eligible full-time employment." Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this, to receive this amendment.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
I'm gonna put Councilmember Nguyen as the second. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember Gustafson Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
I'm sorry, I'm a yay too. Sorry, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We have 7 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. Now we need to vote on it. If y'all, y'all can do your questions and then we'll vote on it, on the amendment only. Councilmember Williams or Councilmember Banks, who's gonna lead this?
Madam Clerk, I don't know if we are planning on taking a brief break to allow public comment before considering the amendment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think 10 minutes is probably adequate.
Okay.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay. So we're now in recess or break for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
is it possible to go to other matters while we wait 10 minutes? I'm just asking, just wondering.
The advice from council was that we do a brief recess to allow for written public comment and just pick it back up in 10 minutes.
All right. Sounds good.
Council members, it's been 10 minutes.
Council member, the time is up. Put your speaker on, council member.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You got me
Okay.
back.
All right. So I need to call a roll so we can come back. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Here.
Councilmember Williams,
Present.
Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Here.
Councilmember Banks,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 7 members. We have a quorum. So now, council members, y'all can discuss this amendment before you adopt it.
The amendment first or the original vehicle?
On the amendment that we read into the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, as everyone is well aware, council members and mayors come and go, but the real muscle memory, the real institutional knowledge of this building is in the workforce that works here throughout various administrations. The way that the vehicle was particularly written made it clear that if someone took this retirement, they could not come back and work in a part-time capacity down the road. And I would just recall everyone's attention to a few years ago when we were transitioning from one person to another, the need for that muscle memory, that institutional knowledge about how this building worked and how things actually get done. And Calvin was a godsend in coming back after retirement to work for a few hours a week and actually help train up folks on the stuff that he had been learning for a number of years. And so I thought this amendment was important. I know we are in a triage moment of dealing with the economic crisis caused by COVID-19, and there's a need to reduce costs in this moment, and we're triaging that. But there will be a time after we have a vaccine and after our economy is back in place, and I don't want to prohibit us from being able to call upon those folks who have served this city well and still have ability, know-how, and muscle memory to add down the road. So that's really the purpose of the amendment, just so the city can avail itself of that institutional knowledge and those folks can avail themselves of part-time work down the road after we get through this. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay, we need to move.
I would move adoption on the amendment.
Second.
Second by Council Vice President.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment is adopted. Now we need to adopt the ordinance as amended.
I'd move on the ordinance.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Madam Clerk.
Well, wait. Is there any presentation here on the ordinance?
We do have someone ready. Councilmember Banks, you want to take it, or do you want to?
No, I mean, go ahead. It's fine.
It's not a presentation, but we do have someone ready to answer questions. 1 second, Joe. Let's see if we can get them on. Let's see.
That amendment. I just need
You
to
gotta
know
get it
who's
from
sponsoring.
Tiffany. I only have mine.
I know, you need it?
That's the one I'm writing on.
I know, but I need to put it in right quick. I don't know who's sponsoring.
Council members, give us 1 minute for somebody from the admin is supposed to be on right now for discussion.
Who's supposed to be on?
Courtney Bagnera, I'm pretty sure.
Call her and find out what's the deal.
Okay, so are they looking for one?
Waiting on Courtney Bagneris. Joe, give us 1 second. Another
Sure.
council member, not just Joe, I apologize.
Yeah, my name is Joe. It doesn't say council member on my birth certificate.
It says Joseph.
It says
And
Joseph.
we know the backstory there.
Yes,
It actually says Joseph Ignatius. Get it right when you say it.
that's right. And I think while they're waiting, I think it's really the question we raised at Budget Committee, so everybody on the line can hear, which is, I think, Councilmember Williams, Mr. President, you made an excellent point, which is there are things that are going to outlive us, and how does all that work? But we are at an important inflection point right now, and as we're working on the budget, how do these two things balance? So that's really what I'm wondering.
Agreed.
Council members, this is Jesse Evans. I'm the director of the City of New Orleans Employees Retirement System. Courtney Bagneris had a family matter that she had to attend to today, so she's not going to be able to join us, but I am available to answer any questions as it relates to the retirement incentive program, the proposed plan changes. I believe we have on the line as well Norman White, who's the director of finance, who's also on the board as well. So we are available to answer any questions. We have the fiscal note that we put together, that was put together by the city economists, with the assistance of the city economists, as it relates to the cost and or the savings for the plan. So we are available to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Norman. And I pray that everything goes well with Courtney and her family. I'll let you start off, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. And it's just what we asked at Budget Committee that we really didn't get a specific answer on, which is we understand sort of what the purpose of this is and why people are looking to try and retain high-level employees or bring them back, as Jason said earlier. But I wonder, sort of at this inflection moment when we know revenue is down and we have a COI and we're looking at making cuts and have made cuts, how these two things that seem like they're a little bit competing interests are balancing right now. So if you could speak to that, that'd be helpful.
Right. So Jesse, I'll probably take the first one. You can take the back end of it, if you will. And I appreciate the question, because likelihood, and we talked about this before, that we clearly have a very difficult budget we're entering into next year, which is what you're alluding to. And so this particular these particular changes are looking by far beyond next year, the year after that, and then those sort of things. I mean, so that's the one thing. The issue is, I think it's probably important for Jesse to kind of speak to, if we can, what the city's contribution and the benefit next year, which is probably our most challenging year. If I can kind of speak to a little bit, I believe is a 15% reduction than the previous year. So that will kind of go into your question. I don't know, Jesse, you want to add to that, but you certainly can.
Correct. We've already put together what the rate will be for 2021. The rate's going to be dropping from 22% down to 15.31% for calendar year 2021. And that was in relation to some adjustments that were made related to the assumptions of the plan. So there will be a reduction in the employer contribution for 2021 in the amount of roughly $5.7 million for that calendar year. And as we go into 2021, based upon what the market does, the actuarial study, that will determine what the rate will be for 2022. So again, we've already set the rate for 2021. Any increase or changes as it relates to contributions for this particular ordinance would not be impactful until calendar year 2022.
Right.
And so if I can kind of go further, within the budget that we're developing now, those savings are baked in there. So.
Okay. That's great. And then I think too, Mr. CFO, if I'm right, like in 2022, I think there's two other big sort of things that are happening. One is some of our bond indebtedness goes down significantly that year, and then we start realizing some fire pension saving that year as well. But I just want to make sure that as we're looking to the future and doing it, that we're not sacrificing the present, but at the same time looking forward.
No, that's a fair comment, and I appreciate the question. As I said before, it's part of what we do, because even though we present a budget based on annual, right, per year, but our thought process exceeds far beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Banks, Councilmember Moreno. And Jesse and Norman, you all, I'm not sure if you were on when we discussed the amendment. The amendment was just an opportunity to garner institutional wisdom whenever possible down the road once we get through this crisis, not to permanently rule that possibility out.
No,
Councilmember, yes. I was on when that amendment was introduced, and I did speak with Tara. That will not impact what we're looking to do, and I appreciate that amendment to retain that institutional knowledge on a part-time basis. We, of course, will require that those individuals work less than half-time, because we do have part-time employees who are members of the plan. As long as they don't work more than half-time, they will not be what we call contributing members to the plan. That being the case, we will retain the ability to bring those individuals back on a part-time basis.
Thank you, Jesse. Norman, do you want to add anything to that?
I do. I think that goes in line with what we're after here, right? Because as we improve upon the city's technological advances, right? From financial perspectives all the way across the board, from policing and other things, what we're trying to do is keep the talent here, grow on what we have, add more back in. And if we have someone who escape us because they're retiring and take the benefit, surely we'll want them back here, right? What we're looking for and our focus is to bring talent here and maintain them. So that definitely, that approach, that amendment falls well in line with what we're trying to do. Thank you for that.
Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Clerk. Jesse, please give Courtney my best.
Will do. I will do. I will do that directly. Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, you're on mute.
I said it was moved by Councilmember Williams. It was seconded by Councilmember Banks. Councilmember Nguyen?
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette?
Yay.
Councilmember Williams?
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer?
Aye.
Councilmember Banks?
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso?
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,145 has been adopted as amended. At the top of the same page, we have ordinance calendar number 33,132 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to transfer funds from the Office of Community Development to the Office of
Madam Clerk,
Information.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe we had public comment on that item, and we're pulling it right now.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we need to move to reconsider, but we did
believe
have
we do.
public comments. The first one was from Amy Glavinsky. This is on the retirement item number 37. The Bureau of Governmental Research opposes the provisions of this ordinance that would reverse key reforms from just 2 years ago that put the city's pension system on a more stable footing. We are particularly concerned about the substantial increase in the multiplier used to calculate pension benefits for employees hired since January 1st, 2018. This would result in a 32% increase in benefits for those employees. It would also require the city to make greater annual contributions to NOMERS at a time when the city faces a difficult fiscal recovery from the pandemic. The retirement system's actuary has projected the benefit increase will cost the city $115 million in additional employer contributions over the next 30 years. Ultimately, taxpayers must pay these costs. To be clear, BGR is not taking a position on the ordinance voluntary and earlier retirement programs, which may help the city reduce the current personnel costs. BGR also questions the city's statement that the proposed benefit increases are necessary for competitive reasons. Given the city's current hiring freeze and high unemployment rates, it should clearly demonstrate the extent of any problem is having with recruitment or retention. If there are problems in certain departments or positions, the city should seek more targeted, cost-effective compensation changes to address them. The City Council should not pursue an across-the-board and retroactive increase in retirement benefits. The city cannot afford to undo the reforms that has made the pension system more sustainable and better aligned with national norms and best practices. Paul Kramer. I appreciate the administration's efforts proposing early and voluntary retirement. However, the window in which to apply is too short. Given the city's unfortunate financial situation that is projected to last into 2021 and beyond, I believe the opportunity for early retirement should be extended beyond the end of 2020 as it is currently proposed. Ashley Bustos. I'm glad the city is finally changing its retirement benefit plan. As a job seeker, I once considered employment at City Hall. However, the benefit package at the time was not competitive enough for me to leave my current employer, even though it was a position that I could grow and apply my degrees. I am thrilled to see that the city is seeking to make its overall salary package competitive enough for the millennial like myself to seek future employment. I love this city and others do as well, and it's important that there are opportunities that are attractive enough for us to remain in the city of New Orleans. I'm sure there are other people out there that feel the same way I do. Thank you for keeping us in mind. Those are actually all of the comments for the rest of the council meeting.
We're now at the top of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,132 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to transfer funds from the Office of Community Development to the Office of Information Technology and Innovation, ITI, towards supplementing ITI's budget to account for expenses incurred in response to the cyber attack and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will move approval. Ms. LaGrue is on a call, on a Zoom call with us. You want to explain to the rest of the council that we're not in budget committee about this transfer, $700,000 from code enforcement to your department for software licenses and equipment for information technology upgrades.
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, Council members, we are requesting additional funds. We did expend a great deal of funds in the beginning of our cyber recovery for new software and equipment and infrastructure. That leaves the monthly obligations or the subscription services that we incur in the later part of the year. It leaves us with a deficit in paying those expenses. So we're requesting this transfer to cover our end of the year obligations and some of our very critical monthly expenses that the city, that we incur or we support for the city's critical services, telecommunications and the like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Palmer,
I'm sorry, and it's, I thought we asked in budget, Councilmember Brissette, whether or not this was the $700,000 that the council passed last year for code enforcement
Yes.
for inspectors.
Mr. Lyman.
Yes, I have some additional information in response to Councilmember Palmer's and others' concerns about that. So this, as I appreciate it, this is related to the $700,000 that was made available to code enforcement last year. However, this money, code enforcement had some challenges in the current year that didn't allow them to take advantage and make use of this particular funding, primarily due to COVID-19. It greatly impacted their operations and hearings, number of hearings that were to be conducted this year. In addition, those particular hearings did not pick back up until approximately July of this year. So the level of staffing required to perform the services that were ongoing in this current year were basically not needed for this particular purpose. In addition, cyber attack affected their their systems that didn't allow them to continue operations at the normal pace as well. In addition to that, I received information that in addition to those items, attrition also impacted their ability to maintain staffing at the appropriate level. They had a few retirements, as well as some regular attrition issues with people leaving and the like. So it affected their overall operational ability to where they did not really need the funding in the current year. Now, what I will add to that is we've been informed that this funding will certainly be needed for the same purpose that you mentioned, and I think Councilmember Giarrusso mentioned as well. In the 2021 budget year, they're going to have some challenges coming up in 2020 because of HUD funding that's not going to be available for their current operations. They're expecting a reduction there. And I believe Mr. Winston Reed should be on standby to answer any specific question concerning operations and I think, I guess, code enforcement issues that you're experiencing in your respective districts.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by the logic. Am I hearing it correctly that you're saying that code enforcement doesn't need the money because they weren't bringing to expropriation, so they had leftover staffing numbers, but that $700,000 was specifically to bring in inspectors?
Correct.
Right? Now, I personally, like in my district, I've had 2 houses collapse. I want to repeat this, folks. I've had 2 houses collapse in my district within the past year after multiple times of contacting code enforcement and nothing being done. Now I've got another one at 742 Franklin right now. And thank you, Winston, for going out there this morning to check on it. But that's being held up by straps, and that's been on the verge of collapsing for many months. So this was not meant for adjudication hearings or whatever. It was meant for additional staffing to address the issues that are in all these districts across the city that were having issues with code enforcement. I had that house on Belleville collapse after my office sent, I think, Winston to your office over 17 times. We have that track that we asked for help before this building collapsed, but it still collapsed. And so I'm sorry, I know ITI needs money. I'm having a hard time thinking that code enforcement with all the issues in the city has leftover money.
So I think from a budget standpoint, we took an opportunity to look at, as you all have asked us to do and the CAO has asked us to do, we're taking a look at all resources that are available within the current 2020 budget year. And we are looking at the funds that are not being utilized and not likely to be utilized through the end of this fiscal year. And when we looked at this particular pool or pot of money, we decided to prioritize it because the funding that Mr. Reed and his office will need for services will likely be needed or certainly needed in the 2020 budget year, which we're currently negotiating with all of the departments right now. We did not believe these funds would be able to be utilized for the purposes intended, which is the reason we're making this proposal to you now.
So if I may.
Yeah, Winston, so were those 2 additional inspectors that we passed at the budget last year, were they hired?
No, ma'am, we had a budget freeze. The other thing is.
No, this would have been, I'm sorry, Winston, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I will just for 1 second. I'm really sorry. I know you work very hard. We passed the budget last year. So in January of this year, you had funding to hire 2 more people in code enforcement. This is before COVID. This is before any freeze.
Well, it happened before COVID, and we had every intention to hire those inspectors. But again, as you just stated, COVID did hit in the midst of our planning for that, as well as the cyber attack came before COVID. So we basically put a hiring, which we know we had a hiring freeze because of those incidents. We do plan to move forward with those hirings coming 2021. However, Councilwoman, I would like to address the issue that you just spoke about relative to not having the adequate amount of staffing to respond to those collapsed structures. Well, the first one, which was in the Algiers location, that was not as a result of code enforcement not doing its job. The individual, the property owner, which you know is responsible for that, he made application with safety permits, had some internal issues between safety permits and the HDLC, which delayed it. We know that we were pushing for lien foreclosure as well. And unfortunately, due to some high winds, the structure collapsed. So I don't think that had anything to do with any inspectors. And in fact, the one that you're mentioning, the secondary one that you mentioned on the corner of Franklin and Dauphine, you know that we also was pushing for lien foreclosure at your office's request before. Unfortunately, the roof, the individual who, the homeowner who owns his building, he had done some work on it, which has created and accelerated some of the deterioration. The brick facade of the structure fell off during the high winds prior to the hurricane coming to the city. And as a result, we have moved expeditiously to evaluate, but also understand this. You know, most people say we don't move quick enough, then some people say we move too quick. So we're trying to be very strategic and methodical in our approach to demolishing problems, because as you know, that is the last resort. Now, if you look at the one that's on Dauphine, if you look at it, it looks very sturdy, very erect. But if you look closer and you have access like we did today, thank God to the neighbors, you're able to sit down and look down into it and get an aerial view. You see that's very hollow. It doesn't have a roof. So we met with the engineers, and we're going to mitigate that by, demolishing that structure as soon as possible once we get our gas disconnects. But again, I want to be clear. It has nothing to do with our staffing component or inspectors. We inspected, safety permits inspected the building, and as you know, that is in a historical area. So, as we push or we want to move forward to demolish structures in historical areas, we work very closely with HDLC, and sometimes, we get some pushback because they think that the building can be saved. So again, I just want to be clear, it's not due to staffing component issue. In fact, code enforcement, we have been managing and balancing, walking the beam of balancing between inspections of managing the 311 quality of life complaints that come in on a daily basis, as well as performing COVID-related inspections on a daily basis as well. And we have not dropped the ball, Councilwoman. So I just want to be, I understand that structures collapsing is an issue, but I can assure you, I think that I've been very aggressive with doing sweeps and trying to be proactive to mitigate potential hazards before they happen. But unfortunately, this is one that just happened. And the first one was that just been neglected by the homeowner. So just wanted to say that.
I hear you, Winston, and I know you respond as well as you can, given the limited resources. I just do not agree that if this body passed a budget last year and we agreed for $700,000 to go into code enforcement, and there's 2 positions we never hired, even prior to the freeze, which is, you could have been hired in the months ahead of time. I also think that there's something structurally wrong with our city and with code enforcement and with the adjudication process if buildings are allowed to collapse. I'm not putting this on you, Winston. I'm putting this on structural problems that allow these situations to occur. I have another property on Patterson where the neighbors, it can't even get boarded up, and no one's put the liens on the property. It hasn't gone through. And I'm just saying, I am not going to be supportive of this because of these things. I believe that code enforcement is a quality of life issue that involves public safety, just like NOPD, just like the fire department. And I think we should take it as such, and we should be responsible about it. And so that's just my position. And this isn't against, I appreciate all the hard work you do, Winston. I just think we need a lot more resources going into code enforcement.
So I can just, you know, and I appreciate your stance, your position, and Councilwoman. However, I would say, having the money right now is not going to help us accelerate our adjudication process. I think, you know, prior to the cyber attack and COVID, we were, in fact, code enforcement adjudication process is considered a best practice process. Now, I think you know that through our lien foreclosure, we've done a lot of things, enhancements internally to make our lien foreclosure process go as quickly as possible. So it's a race between what people want. Do you want the lien foreclosure to probably put the property back in commerce, or do you want us to tear them down? So again, I understand that we need to look at it from a lens that holistically that allows us to do both. And we do that. But our adjudication process, as you know, we work very closely with your office in all council districts throughout the city relative to our adjudication process. So it's not an issue of inspections. We have thousands of inspections. We have a very thorough research team, as you know, that also perform abstracts wherever we want to do lien foreclosures. And we have a very thorough system, a very robust operation that allows us to move it through the process. And if anyone knows, as you do, Councilwoman, dealing in real estate, that we have to be very detailed and very precise about our operations. Because other than that, it would just nullify and negate everything that we do. And I think that if you look at all the work we've done throughout the city, right? We've done a very, very good job with the resources we have. Could we use more? Absolutely. But you know what we've had, we've been very creative, very effective, very efficient. Unfortunately, things do have more buildings collapse, but again, we do have a process in place to be proactive. I think in the coming weeks, you'll see exactly that. I've been focusing on the French Street properties. I know you're aware of the French Street properties. I want to make a big announcement soon. I don't want to tip my hand on that, but I will be working with you. So again, we're ahead of what we need to be and where we need to be. The 700,000, I think, would be better fit right now with the IT office to help us build up our internal and our technical resources so we can enhance and increase our hearings. But if, when it comes to our hearings, other states are calling us, asking us how to do it. And I appreciate your time, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Palmer, if you're, Councilmember Palmer. No, I was just wondering if you were finished. I would go to Councilmember Banks.
I'm still going to vote against this because.
Okay. No, I didn't want to go on to another colleague until you were finished.
No, I am fine. I think Winston said it all. I think he said he could do more with more resources. This is not against ITI or against safety and code enforcement. I know they do a yeoman's job with limited resources. I just feel we could probably find $700,000 someplace else that would not affect public safety. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Palmer. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Winston, you said two things, that some people say you move too fast and some people say you don't move fast enough. Who is it that says you move too fast?
Well, sometimes in historical areas, when people feel that properties can be saved and put back in commerce, and we've demolished them over the years, we've had a lot of pushback and people saying that code enforcement. There's many articles that have been written saying that, people who have come out saying that we move too quickly to demolish the structures. But Councilman, I can assure you that demolition is the last result. So when we talk about adjudication, our adjudication process is done in such a thorough, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my phone was acting. So in such a thorough fashion to the point where, we aim to put properties back in commerce. And so the level of abatement that we do is obviously done in a threefold process. One is to trigger voluntary compliance. If we can't get any type of reaction there, then we move forward with our processes for abatement. And that maybe to mitigate overgrown grass, but also also to put it back commerce by means of lien foreclosure. And so when you look at demolition and things happen, we look at it based off of an assessment, based off the value of the property, the area of the property, and then we strategically move forward to abate it by means of demolition. And I think in previous hearings during our budget sessions, I've made that very clear. You know, we want to also be, you know, prudent of our money. We want to be good stewards of the money, make sure that we're not just tearing down everything. We want to be very strategic and be fair to and honor the property rights of homeowners, but we also want to make sure that we're being fair to honor and respect the rights of the community at large, to make sure that we hear them if it's a need where we know that a property, such as I mentioned about French Street, I'm moving to, you know, to demolish those properties within the coming weeks if all goes well, which we think it will. Again, we work closely with the police department. So this is not done in a vacuum. I want everybody to be clear in the listening audience. We do this in conjunction and collaboration, not only with internal offices and agencies with the city government, but we also do this with the city council and with your office. We work closely with each and every last one of your aides, make sure that what we get ready to do, that they are aware of, and that they concur and they agree with what we're about to do.
All right, and then another point you raised, I just wanted to get clarification. You said that the process is delayed sometimes because you all have issues with HDLC. So what trumps what? What is more important, public safety or historical preservation? Which one wins in the end?
Well, there are a lot of variables that come into play with that, Councilman, because again, we work very closely with HDLC. Again, if there's a property in historic area that does have value, and the homeowner is willing to come in and play their role, then we will work with them. But again, we will work with them in such a way where we put it on a timeline. So when the public say, well, you know, for example, if a property goes through a lien foreclosure, or maybe it's someone who purchased the property acquired title to do a tax sale process, they still have to have rights as well. We honor their due rights. So we make sure that we work across the board with everybody that may have a vested contingent interest in the property to ensure that at the end of the day, it does not help me or help you or anyone else in the community for me to tear down that building, because all it's going to do is inherently become another element of blight. But we push it to the point of abatement through lien foreclosure or through the historical area where we can get someone to take it and put it back commerce, then we have won. We all have won, because it gets back on our tax rolls.
Well, I'm going to disagree slightly that it doesn't benefit anybody to tear a building down. I know the one that was at Drides and Louisiana Avenue that fell down would have probably been far better served had it been torn down. Fortunately, it didn't hit anybody.
Well,
So
yes,
at the end of the day, I mean, I'm sure in generalities, there are probably far better things to tearing stuff down, but I think sometimes it's necessary if public safety is at risk. So
absolutely.
So with that, I'm good. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Banks.
Councilmember Brissette.
Councilmember Druso, I was trying to figure out what the sign did.
Where I was hiding, if I was interested. Yeah, I just want to follow up on a sort of, not for Winston. Winston, I appreciate everything that you've done and said today, but I think sort of a larger point that Councilmember Palmer has tied into, which is there are a number of things that are public safety issues that don't get thought of that way, right? So I think we always tend to think of police first and then maybe fire and then EMS. I think, as we all know, particularly having dealt with this, that there's safety and permits and code enforcement and the drainage and STRs, all of which are part of that quality of life and part of the fabric of neighborhoods and what's going on. And the reason why I want to speak on this right now is, as we are approaching the budget, I think it's incredibly important that we really look at what sort of the most basic fundamental services of the city are, and that they're being funded sort of adequately in the right way. Because Winston, what you spoke about with code enforcement is what we're hearing about safety and permits, what we're hearing about STRs, and we're getting a lot of pushback on sort of lack of adjudicatory proceedings, what's going on. I realize COVID and the cyber attack has put that at a delay. But as we move forward, I think, and as we're looking at the budget for 2021, when we have to make these very difficult decisions, my personal view is that we shouldn't be lopping off things like limbs. It's going to have to be scalpel approaches. And to Councilmember Palmer's point, like really looking at public safety in a very large fashion to make sure that we're spending our money in the right way. And I know a couple of those things, and I'm taking code enforcement off the table. But for STRs and some safety and permits issues and other things that are kind of and drainage and that round out this whole thing, that we are collectively looking at that too. So
yes, sir. So just to expand real quick on what has touched on relative to the needs. Code enforcement, we're in a position going in a year. Again, we're balanced. We've started our hearings up within the last part of July, first part of August, and we're ramping up and we're trying to increase. But I just want to be clear to the council. It is critical that IT gets this money because, as you know, you guys went through the cyber attack as well. The IT, the infrastructure build up and support to all city agencies and offices within city government. They are the centerpiece. They serve as the hub. And right now, because of what happened, we were shut down. So when we talked about the adjudications and adjudication not moving quick enough and then buildings collapse, well, that's the race we have because unfortunately, we were sitting still in mud. And because of the competent staff that we have in the IT department and the leadership there, they moved swiftly, they brought in people, and they got us up as quickly as, in fact, we didn't expect to be back in operation as quick as we were. So I just want to be clear. In order for us, especially given the budgetary constraints and the budgetary shortfalls we're about to experience, without having an enhancement with our IT and our digital improvements for code enforcement, we're going to be still spinning in mud. Yes, we will have hearings, but will we be able to increase the level of hearings that we need because of the lack of IT support we have? Then we're going to be asking for more money on top of the money that you were talking about today. So I think that we need to look at this in a lens and kind of open it up a little bit to see that, yes, there are other agencies can use this money, and code enforcement probably could, but at this point, it's not going to benefit me at this point quick enough where it's going to make that much more of a difference. Whereas if IT gets this money for us, then going to 2020, our operations and our digital and our IT enhancements, especially when it comes to protecting our databases, because we cannot afford to lose our information. So this is paramount to success of our enforcement of blight throughout the city. So I don't want us to just have this lens, just think that, our operations and what we do is just that. No, there's a bigger picture, and the firewall that we're talking about that people don't see is the day-to-day operations that IT gives us. So this is time critical, this is time sensitive, this is paramount to our needs.
Winston, I appreciate that. And I think we're kind of saying the same thing here, which is this is an instance where there's multiple truths. Nobody's more grateful than I am. I see Kim on the phone. I'm extraordinarily appreciative that I can look at my old emails and search for things either for historical purposes or somebody told me I said that, and that doesn't even count for the upgrading and defenses and the software that we all need. At the same time, I think we can make sure that in this instance we're moving forward. But I think as we look towards 2021, which is sort of specifically where I'm focused on right now, that we ensure that as we're spending our dollars in a very smart way, that this public safety lens, which encompasses much more than just traditional police fire, is done correctly, funded correctly, and we're propping that up in the best way possible. That's it. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilmember Brissette.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Wynn.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Brissette. And Winston, you know how much we work with your department on probably every single second based on the issues that we have in District E. And I do appreciate you guys always educating my team and working with us because as we worked really hard to demolish Cindy Place, and just to kind of go to the comment of demolishing building versus what happens in District E is that, you know, when we demolish a building, we face dumping sites. And I do agree with Councilmember Banks that there's a structure that needs to be torn down, which is Cindy Place is a structure that needs to be torn down because it was very unsafe. But as we tore it down, now the community is facing dumping sites where we are still working with code enforcement to address that as well. So I just wanted to add that to that conversation. But I do agree with Winston because we use Llama all the time as we work with residents to help them understand what's going on with that particular property. And without Llama, it's really challenging, and Llama is technology. And just getting back to the technology component, I'm a big fan of code enforcement, but I also recognize the need of supporting our IT system as well. Because I can remember in December and January when we were under the cyber attack, how we were so disabled, we were disconnected from our residents in our community. And I definitely don't want that to happen. And so while code enforcement is really critical in District E, you guys hear us talk about blighted property, overgrown. I think I go to bed talking about overgrown lots in my district. But I also recognize the heroes behind keeping all of the city department, city agency up and running. And I do want to make sure that as we move forward, as Joe mentioned in 2021, that we got to get really serious about our public safety when it comes to housing, when it comes to blighted property, when it comes to maintenance, and not saying, Winston, that you guys are not, but we need to really think out of the box innovatively. And you guys know that I've been reaching out, trying to get the team to really think differently and how do we really move this property. So with all that, I definitely want to, you know, I will be supporting this ordinance because I recognize the need for IT, but I also wanted to emphasize that we got to step up in reference to public safety around code enforcement and continue to push hard to restore quality of life for many of our neighborhoods that's been underserved. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Wynn. Council President Williams.
Thank you, Councilman Brissette. I just wanted to say first to Winston Reed and the team over there, you all are trying to put out a really big fire with a bucket and a hose with holes in it. The number of folks we have, the resources we give you is not commensurate with the blight and everything else that exists currently in this city. And I just want to thank you all for being so quick to respond whenever I call. And I know that the constituents really appreciate that quick turnaround in those instances where I've had to reach out. I know that code enforcement is not right size for the problem that we're dealing with. I just want to tell you, I appreciate what you've done and what you do. Kim LaGrew, you have been a tremendous partner in the Smart and Sustainable Cities Committee's efforts to try to use technology to help make up for the lack of man and woman power. That is what we're going to have to do in a city that is going to have the same budget crisis that every city in America has now, but we were already there as it related to this area. So I think it's a really big deal that we can be as smart as we can and as efficient as we can. But I do just want to say to my colleagues, no matter how hard Winston, Anna, and their team works, no matter how hard Kim LaGrew works, I think we need to, as a body, legislative and executive, really iron out what our our policy goals are going to be broadly, so that we're dispatching these folks in a way that can be efficient. And I know it's really tough because Algiers is not like New Orleans East, and the Lower Nine is not like the French Quarter. Every district has its own issues as it relates to property and housing stock. So I think, and I don't know what the recipe is for us to sort of reimagine what we want to do, but I know that Charleston was met with this, Savannah was met with this. Most of our historic cities like us have had to reckon with setting clear policies, and I don't know if we do it on a district basis or a neighborhood basis, but I think that these teams that are working for us really going to need some strong policy directives from leadership going forward in this area.
Yes, sir. And
That's all.
Councilman, I'd like to say that, just be clear, we perform our duties. Again, not in a vacuum. We are place-based in our thinking. We use different models of information, data sets that guide us in terms of how we approach our mitigating strategies of blight. But I want to be clear, and I want to take this opportunity to thank my staff, because I think that the public just, from they hear these hearings, they hear the word code enforcement, they think that we only deal with just the enforcement of inspectors on the ground, boots on the ground, inspecting buildings. But we have a very strong, robust operating component of admin support that do very diligent, very strategic, and time-consuming work. Time-consuming, but one mistake, one date, one missed postmark negates and nullifies a whole case, and that means money. So there's a lot to go into this, man. And in addition to that, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's important for me to also acknowledge my staff, especially inspectors, councilmen, and council members, because if you look at the numbers out here, the mayor has assembled and she's charged me with putting together this task force. We reached out to city partners and the state. And if you looked at where we were with our COVID numbers, we were the highest. Now we are the lowest, one of the lowest. Why? Because we have a task force. Our code enforcement inspectors are out every morning, balancing between the inspections of regular 311 quality of life inspection complaints, but also daily complaints that come in. I also am out on, boots on the ground and in the field and on the weekends, getting in at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, because it matters. As the mayor said, it matters. And we see the wins. So it's important. I felt important that it was important to acknowledge my team and the group and let everybody know that code enforcement is a very wide range of operations. It's not just limited and restricted to just boots on the ground dealing with inspections of some deteriorated structures. We're doing a lot of stuff to make sure that this city is moving forward. And the mayor has given us the resources, and she's charged us and challenged us to make sure we do think out the box, and we have. In order to do what we do, believe me, we are thinking out of the box. And so hats off to my team and to the other city agencies who has a hand in making sure that we're doing our very best to hit our COVID numbers and to keep them down and get in the curve, but also keeping an eye on the ball and make sure that our constituents' quality of life needs are being met just as well. Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you shouted out your team, Winston, because the way that the city of New Orleans crushed the curve as it relates to COVID is in direct relationship to the work that you all did. I mean, we've added more work to you guys before adding more resources. So please know it has not gone unnoticed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winston, and thank you, Council President Williams. Councilman Banks wanted to
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure that there is no misunderstanding that the questions about this budget transfer was no way indicting of the work that code enforcement does. Now, I want to make sure that nobody's misunderstanding that somehow asking these questions about taking money away from what we consider an essential city department somehow demeans the staff or takes away from the work or the value that they do, because that's not the case. The case is taking money away from you, and we think that you do an excellent job. We think that you need to be doing more, and we don't want to handicap you by taking money from you. So I also commend your team for responding every time I called when there were crowds of too big of a size during COVID. I appreciate what you do. So by no means do I want anybody to walk away thinking that there was a problem with code enforcement. These questions are about making sure that you all have the resources that you need to continue to do what you've been doing and have resources to do what you're doing at a higher level. So I want to be public in my commendation to you and your staff, because again, you all have been a very, very central player in keeping us where we are. New Orleans' numbers are better than most places. And that had a lot to do with being intentional and going to shut down events and venues that were not following the guidelines. So, hey, man, from me to you and your team, thank you. And I appreciate all you do.
Well, we appreciate your announcement, Councilman. And again, we know that the monies that were identified for this year, we know that those monies will be identified and provided to us in the coming year. So that's when we will need the money the most, because again, we have some budget deficits relative to our HUD grant funding, our title grant funding that we normally get. So the monies that we're talking about now, we know that if IT is able to help us, especially as we are transforming to this digital age in terms of making sure our inspectors in the field are working with mobile apps, enhancing our size of our operations, adjudication in courts. We're consolidating those operations will take the permits. So in order to move to the levels that we're trying to get at, in order to graduate to a point where we can better serve the public and give them more, as you said, Councilman, it's critical and paramount that we get this infrastructure and support to IT now, knowing that we'll have the 700 monies dedicated in the 2021 year to offset any budget or augment any staff support we may need. But right now, what we need is that support for IT services to be able to be there for us to move this ball forward, so we can get the win and the wins that we need to get on a daily and monthly basis.
If I can add to that, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, the Office of OBIS is actually, as we speak, in the office with the CAO talking about the 2021 budget. But for the storm that we're talking about, the perfect storm related to cyber attack, COVID-19, some challenges Winston and his staff has had with attrition due to retirements and other losses in employment, they would have been able to, this funding wouldn't have been available for reprioritizing and repurposing on behalf of the CAO staff. And I just want to bring that to your attention that his needs are actually being addressed as we speak. He and I both probably would be in that meeting if it weren't for this particular one, but we certainly appreciate your consideration of this request. And I can assure you that the administration is well aware of the needs of code enforcement, and those needs are being addressed in deliberations as we speak, as we go into the 2021 budget year. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lyman. And Winston, I want to thank you to the women and men of your department and the work y'all do daily. I know you do appreciate the concerns that myself and colleagues do have, whether the 700 is in your department where it originated through the amendment process, where it was the intent, the legislative intent of the council in amending the budget. I think that's why you hear the concern and the questions come from the council members is because we saw and see the activity throughout our districts and throughout the city of New Orleans, and we saw that your department would need and would utilize this funding. And so we hope to just move forward and that you have the resources you need, and look forward to having the 2021 budget presented to us later this month. And whether that money is in Ms. LaGrue's Department of ITI, making your process of adjudication more efficient for constituents to report in adjudication, home residences, commercial, what have you, to go through, making a better process so people's quality of life could be enhanced. That's what we all want. So just wanted to add those comments. Seeing no other questions, I would move approval. Is there public comment?
There is no public comment for the remainder of the meeting.
Council member, I did
Hey, Ms.
want
LaGrue.
to add.
I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. I did want to add my appreciation for Winston's comments and his support of moving these funds over to ITI, and just reaffirm that commitment to supporting the Code Enforcement Office. As Mr. Lyman mentioned, we are working really closely with the OBES group to build in support in 2021 for that office, whether it's infrastructure or it's lending talent or looking at ways to re-envision the way LAMA works and make it more efficient for all of our staff. We are 100% committed to doing that, and we appreciate working with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaGrue. Thank you, Anna, and thank you, Winston. It's been moved, approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Nguyen. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Nay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 6 yeas, 1 nay, and ordinance calendar 33,132 has been adopted. Council members, before we leave this page, we have to go back and reconsider the vote on ordinance calendar number 33,145 because the comments were read after the ordinance as amended was adopted. So we need to reconsider that vote, please.
Do we need to make a motion to reconsider first?
Yes, please.
Second.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Moreno.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer.
Yeah, this is to reconsider it.
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Okay, now we need to re-vote on ordinance calendar number 33,145 as amended. I need a move.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
Ordinance calendar number 33,145 has been adopted as amended. Council members, we have to go back because I skipped some pages and didn't realize it. We need to go back to page 38. And we need to adopt ordinance calendar number 33,126 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to ordain section 40-415.298 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to create the city cemetery and maintenance fund and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move for adoption. This is the cemetery ordinance to provide for a maintenance fund.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please?
We are on that, ma'am. 33,126 is the one that goes first. That's number 33. Okay, I'm sorry, council members. Who seconded?
I did.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Now we need to go to ordinance calendar number 33,125 by Councilmember Banks by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain divisions 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Article 2 of Chapter 38 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of New Orleans to revise said sections relating to cemeteries owned by the city and provide that all fees, charges, and revenues received by the city for the use of any city-owned cemetery or for cemetery services rendered or related goods sold or provided by the Division of Cemeteries or the Department of Property Management shall be deposited into a newly created cemetery repair and maintenance fund to be used solely to operate, maintain, repair, and/or improve city-owned cemeteries and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Madam Clerk, I'll move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. What this does is we just created the fund, and this will actually create the fees that will be utilized for cemetery maintenance. This became an issue dealing with the cemetery over on Washington Avenue that has an inordinate amount of tourism usage that is creating wear and tear on the facility, but there was no revenue stream to be able to address the maintenance or the upkeep or any of that stuff. So what this does is allows us to move to a system where we can generate some revenue that'll be specifically designated to have maintenance on the cemeteries. I've got Ms. Grissett, she's on the call somewhere if we have questions, but if not, I would move for adoption. And if no questions, Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please. I'm sorry, do we have any public comment?
No more.
Okay.
No,
In
Councilor.
that case, any questions? All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,125 has been adopted. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,128 is being deferred to November the 5th. We're on top of page 39, a legislative grouping. Ordinance calendar number 33,131 by council members Banks and Gissison Palmer. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 26-3 through 26-11 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide for city council approval of demolitions of certain structures in National Register historic districts along with permitting fees, application requirements, review criteria, and approval mechanisms, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. At the bottom of the page, amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,131 by council members Gissison Palmer and Banks, clarifying the required application materials and submissions for requesting a demolition, reiterating that fees for impermissible demolitions in the building code are in addition to fees contemplated in the ordinance.
Kristen, you gonna lead?
I can if you'd like. If you want to, you tell me.
I will yield to you.
All right, council members, we heard this in GA. You know, the whole process for NCDAC was created to protect our neighborhoods from wholesale demolition after Katrina. There are a lot of historic buildings that didn't necessarily fit, were not within listed historic districts and were not protected. And after Katrina, some of you may remember, we saw wholesale demolitions at a rate we'd never seen before. The council created this in previous administrations in order to try to protect them. Needless to say, if we fast forward to today, those processes are not as needed. What this ordinance does is it removes an initial hearing formally conducted by NCDAC and streamlines the review process into only one public hearing by the council. In addition, rather than having a 60-day review period, the council now has a 45-day review process. Together, these changes condense the process for those demolition applicants by up to 2 months, from a process that could take up to 105 days to one that will only take now 45 days. This significantly reduces a barrier to housing production and redevelopment, and it will greatly benefit our citizens. Now, I also want to say, I'm sure y'all find it interesting coming from me because we all know that I am an avid preservationist and I like to save everything that we can. I want to let y'all know that when we talk about what the definition of demolition is, it's not necessarily what the average person thinks the definition of demolition is. And this is a bureaucratic term. So even if you alter the facade of a building, a historic building in a neighborhood, they're still calling it like a partial demolition, right? So what we're trying to do is actually streamline this process. So people who are renovating these properties, actually it can happen a lot faster. So that is what the intent of this is. Are there any questions, or Councilmember Banks, would you like to add anything to this?
I mean, all this does is streamline the process. We will be making it far more efficient in terms of rehab renovations. And again, it's not to expedite demolitions, it's to make the opposite faster and easier. So that's what it is.
Thank you. So there's a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Banks. Are there any public comments?
No, Councilmember.
All right, let's go for a vote.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the amendment to ordinance calendar 33-131 has been adopted. Now we need to adopt the ordinance as amended.
So move, Madam Clerk.
A second.
A second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Aye.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Ordinance calendar number 33,131 as amended has been adopted. We're now going to go to page 41. We have ordinance calendar number 33,147 is being deferred to November the 5th. At the bottom of the page, we have motion M20-354 by Councilmember Brissette.
Good job.
A motion waiving all permit fees relative to the NORDAC facility rental fee for events and activities that are officially sponsored and sanctioned by the New Orleans Film Society, NOFS, to host the 31st New Orleans Film Festival event with an open-air cinema to take place November the 5th, 16th, and November the 16th from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. at the Lafitte Greenway Field at St. Louis and North Dergenwar and St. Louis and North Tonti.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the New Orleans Film Society. They will present its Oscar qualifying 31st New Orleans Film Festival in a hybrid format. of online programming and socially distanced screenings in 2 open-air cinemas on Lafitte Greenway, November 6th through 5th, 2020, over a 10-day period. The use of the Lafitte Greenway will make it possible for New Orleanians to access affordable arts and entertainment experiences. During this event, the Film Society will be required to follow NORD's COVID protocols. In addition, organizers are still required to obtain the appropriate permits by the city. Motion 2354 will waive certain facility rental fees relative to this 31st New Orleans Film Festival. The event is expected to provide a boost in excess of $100,000 to local vendors and artists who have struggled during this pandemic. And so they are very looking forward to it. I'm sure we all are as well. And I'm going to move for approval. Are there any public comments?
No, Councilmember.
Oh, yeah.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Jeruso.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2354 has been adopted. We're now
Thank
going to
you.
go. We're now going to go to page 43. We have motion M2360 by Council Members Banks and Williams, directing City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number MCS 4264, amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended, the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to amend the definition of a tattoo parlor and consider modifying the definition of personal service establishment to include tattoo parlor, removing tattoo parlor as a separate use if necessary. Or should staff find that tattoo parlors should remain a separate use from the personal service establishments category, consider adding the use to permitted and conditional use tables in appropriate district. Staff should also review other references to tattoo parlor in the CZO, specifically in Article 18, overlay zoning districts, and make recommendations based on consistency.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is what we spoke about earlier to try to clean up the language as it relates to tattoo parlors citywide. So with that, I will move for adoption. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by the Council President. Madam, if there are any questions? If not, Madam Clerk, please.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M2360 has been adopted. We have motion M2352 by Councilmember Nguyen, waiving all permit fees relative to the Nordic facility rental fee for events and activities that are officially sponsored and sanctioned by Precious Seeds LLC to host their inaugural Children's Fair event to provide free and fun family entertainment to take place November the 7th from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. at Joe Brown Park Gymnasium, 5601 Reed Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70127, and all applicable city code requirements shall be complied with, and that this waiver is contingent upon satisfactory completion of the city's application processes, along with securing all required city approvals, including compliance with the city's COVID requirements. The fee waiver authorized by this section shall not include any direct costs to the city. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay. Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
7 yeas, no nays. The rules have been suspended to add it to the agenda. Now we need to vote on it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd like to move on this request. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Any feedback from the dais? Public comment? I don't think we have any. Madam Clerk, can you do roll call?
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion M 2352 has been adopted. We have motion M 2361 by Councilmember Banks, establishing as the official polling place relocations for immediate action for the November 3rd, 2020 presidential elections. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
So move, Madam Clerk.
Second.
Who seconded?
Second, Moreno.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Gissison Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Aye.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays, and the rules has been suspended to add this to the agenda. Now we need to vote on it.
I move for adoption.
Second.
Madam Clerk, what this does, and everybody, what this does, this moves the polling place at Xavier. It will be moved right across the street. There will be personnel on site to be able to tell people to go across the street. The whole purpose of this is that we fully expect a tremendous turnout. We wanted to put the precincts in a place that would be big enough to accommodate them. Under a typical election, where they had been was big enough to accommodate it, but we fully expect that there will be far more people. So in consideration of social distancing, we are moving it across the street to make it far more safer for people to be able to come in and vote. And if there are any questions, I've got Arthur Morell's office on the call also, but if there are no questions, I would call for the vote.
Councilmember Banks, I wouldn't say I had a question. I think this is, I just wanted to applaud you all on this. I would normally have some concerns about moving polling places close to an election, but clearly this is to keep people safe, to encourage voting at a time when others are working to suppress voting. And the new location is in eyesight of the old location. This is ideal and good government and great work and good for democracy. Thank you, Mr. King.
And also, please know, Mr. President, that there will be personnel and staff on site to avoid any confusion. And we want as many people as possible to feel comfortable coming to vote. We know that there are active voter suppression activities taking place around the country, even right here in Louisiana and in New Orleans.
Yesterday.
We want to make sure that we do everything to try to get rid of those kinds of encumbrances on people that'll prevent it. So this space is far larger, and there will be, again, personnel on site to direct people. If anybody comes, it's literally across the street and they'll be sent. So nobody will be turned away. And we're hoping that because it's a much larger spot, far more people are comfortable in coming in and vote. So
And Mr. Morell sent his best and his brightest today too, I see.
Yeah, that he did. That he did.
Here, yeah, absolutely. We'll have staff at both locations. At the Student Center, redirecting you all to your voters to the Convocation Center. Xavier is also very excited to have moved on to. They're willing to support with extra signage too. But we'll ensure that anybody that comes there is redirected to the location. It's awesome parking, lots of space. Your voters will be very pleased, I'm sure.
And there's one precinct for A, just to make sure too, so everybody knows the points.
Absolutely.
That council members Brissette and Williams have raised. People will get notice in advance, they'll receive the cards, and not only receiving the cards, but as you just said, Jeannie, that they'll be able to see the signage. You'll have people at both places. So we're trying to capture as much of this as possible.
Actually talked to Dr. Wilson this morning and the Secretary of State's office. Cards will be requested and sent out to voters, but just as an added support, we're going to make sure we have staff at both places.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Glad to help.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. Motion 2361 has been adopted. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Move to suspend the rules.
Second.
Second.
Second by Council Vice President Moreno.
Councilmember Wynn,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gibson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Yay.
We have 7 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended to introduce ordinances on first reading.
Ordinance. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
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 Ordinance is on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 33,148 by Councilmember Wynn. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 24 of ordinance number 4264 MCS amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended. The comprehensive zoning ordinance of the city of New Orleans to create an exception allowing the continued use of non-conforming pole signs in Eastern New Orleans Renaissance Corridor, use restriction overlay district, and any other corresponding changes to comprehensive zoning ordinance which may be needed, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 5520. Ordinance calendar number 33,149 by Councilmember Brissette by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,247 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing operating budget expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2020 to transfer funds within the general fund to various departments to cover overages incurred during the year for 2020, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,150 by Councilmember Brissette. An ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements at the Lafitte Greenway Field at St. Louis and North Dershowitz Street and field located at St. Louis and North Tonti Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, in conjunction with the events with an open area cinema officially sponsored by the New Orleans Film Society and to take place November the 5th through November the 16th, 2020. From 11 a.m. through 11 p.m. to specify the duration and boundaries of said waiver and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,151 by Councilmember Gibson Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 138.2, 138.38, 138.42, and 138.43 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to sanitation road courts to define and provide specifications and requirements for city road courts, to clarify the times at which road carts and waste are to be placed on the curb for trash removal in the downtown development district, the French Quarter, Frenchman Street between Esplanade Avenue and Dauphine Street, and elsewhere in the city, and the requirements for bulky waste placement and collection in the downtown development district, the French Quarter, Frenchman Street between Esplanade Avenue and Dauphine Street, and elsewhere in the city, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,152 by Councilmember Wynn, an ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements at the Joe Brown Park Gymnasium, 5601 Marie Boulevard, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70127, in conjunction with events to provide free and fun family entertainment through a children's fair provided by Precious Seas LLC to take place November the 7th, 2020 from 2:30 p.m. through 6 o'clock p.m. to specify duration and bound of said waiver and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,153 by council members Gibson Palmer and Banks by request. In order to preserve parade positions, parade routes, parade times, parade dates, and parade seniority for existing carnival organizations that elect not to parade in 2021, to modify the provisions of the City Code Section 34-2, number 4, applicable to the 2022 carnival season and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,154 by Councilmember Banks. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a motor vehicle service and repair facility minor in a medium intensity mixed use district in a historic urban corridor use restriction overlay district on square 653.14A in the first municipal district bounded by the Himmelcourt Street, Tulane Avenue, South Lopez Street, South Cedar Street, and Bolden Street. Municipal address is 3125 Tulane Avenue or 3125 the Himmelcourt Street and 518 South Lopez Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket number 6620. Ordinance calendar number 33,155 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 50-86 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to delete the authority of certain members of the Department of Public Utilities to take oaths and verify affidavits of other members of the Department of Public Utilities, to grant certain members of the Department of Public Works the authority to take oaths and verify affidavits of certain other members of the Department of Public Works in order to issue citations for certain offenses of public right-of-way, and to add a new subsection thereto to grant certain employees of New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness the authority to take oaths and verify affidavits of certain employees of the New Orleans Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,156 by Councilmember Gustafson Palmer by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 66-282 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide authorization for certain Department of Public Works employees to issue summons for certain violations in the public right-of-way and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 33,157 by Councilmember Williams by request. An ordinance approving an ad valorem collection and distribution cooperative endeavor agreement by and between the City of New Orleans and the Board of Liquidation City Debt relating to the collection and distribution of the revenues of a special ed ad valorem tax collected within the city and providing for other matters in connection therewith and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That completes all the ordinances on first reading.
I would move to adjourn, Ms. Temple. Ms.
Second.
Second by Council Members Brosset and Moreno.
Councilmember Nguyen,
Yay.
Councilmember Brissette,
Yay.
Councilmember Williams,
Aye.
Councilmember Moreno,
Yay.
Councilmember Gustafson Palmer,
Yay.
Councilmember Banks,
Yay.
Councilmember Jeruso. We have 6 yeas, no nays, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.